Anti 5 minutes chez moi. C'était plus pour la Belgique. Ça va bien? Où ça, moi je sais moi. Ah ouais? Ah, 2 ans.
Chaque fois, il change.
Ça commence au Luxembourg, 47, ça fait les comme ça. Mes enfants, dans 4 ans, vous allez aller par là.
Non, j'ai pas vraiment.
The sitting is open. Dear colleagues, I remind that members should insert their badge before taking the floor. Wait for a second, press the button, the microphone button, and then speak. So this morning we held a ballot to elect a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Monaco. I will now announce the results. Total number of members voting, 167. Number of spoiled or blank ballot papers, 4. Number of valid votes, 163. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 82. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Sebastian Biancheri, 150. Mrs. Peggy de Coulombier, 5. Mr. Yves Strickler, 8. So Mr. Sebastian Biancheri, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 3 months after this election. Let's applaud his election. Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to announce that the winner of the Euro Prize 2025 is Gaziantep in Turkey. The Euro Prize is the highest European distinction for cities. It rewards cities that actively promote the European ideal. Congratulations once again to the mayor of Gaziantep and its citizens on this highly deserved distinction. I'm also pleased to remind you that the Euro Prize is celebrating its 70th anniversary this year. The next item on the agenda is questions to Mr. Alain Berset, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. We will hear first questions from the speakers on behalf of the political groups and then hear a response from Mr. Berset to those questions. Please, will the speakers limit their intervention to 30 seconds? I remind colleagues that they should ask one single question and not make speeches. I will start now with Azadeh Royan on behalf of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats. Azadeh, you have the floor for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Secretary General. Given the severe concerns that we have here in the Assembly regarding Georgia and also your own visit to the country, where you highlighted the challenges to democracy and the rule of law, I would like to ask you how we can work more closely with each other, and also maybe the most important question, isn't it the most appropriate moment now to launch the complementary joint procedure as a shared initiative and to use your own words, accompany Georgia back on its democratic and European path? Thank you.
Thank you, Azadeh. Secretary General.
Thank you very much for this question, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to have this occasion to exchange with you this afternoon, and thank you for the question about Georgia. As you know, we are working a lot on the Georgian issues since the election. It was also the case before the election. After the election, I was myself with a delegation in Tbilisi in December, to see what we can do to work together on the next month to ensure that we will have a good intergovernmental collaboration, to ensure that we have a positive evolution in the country also concerning the human rights and freedoms, and also discussing to find a way to discuss together concerning laws. It was first of all about the so-called foreign agent laws. And I had good discussions there with the ruling party, with the opposition, with the NGOs, with the international community, and coming back, I have a good impression about the possible evolution in the quite complicated context that we had. Then, before and then, we had the CPT visit, we have the commissioner visit, we have the rapporteur of peace visiting also the country, and we had one more Congress also visiting the country. Thank you. And I received at the beginning of February announced that Georgia was not available to continue to work together to deeply amend or recall the so-called law on foreign influence. It was a quite long telephone conversation with the Prime Minister Kobakidze, informed me about the government's intentions to go back on its commitments taken in December, and since then we didn't have more communication, direct communication between us. Now the question is, what is to do? After 2 discussions at the Committee of Ministers, I made the proposal to try to develop a structured dialogue with Georgia to see what we can achieve together, because the situation in Georgia is not as good as we want. It was really going in the wrong directions in many months, but it could be much worse. That's the point. We have a bad dynamic at the moment. We need to have more contact. We want to work more together, and we must also give a chance to the structured dialogue to work. After the vote that you had and decision that you had on the credentials with conditions, the evolution that we had, the signal was clear from the side of base, and now we must see if it's possible on the base of this signal to see what we can do together. I will have very soon contact, I hope, with the Georgian ruling party and with the Prime Minister to see what we can do together to have again a movement in the right direction. And about the question that you asked, I think it is too early, clearly too early now, to launch the next step, the next stage. And if you're asking, you have the right also to receive a clear answer. I think it is too early now.
Thank you. On behalf of the European People's Party, Yuri Kamelchuk. Yuri.
Yes, Honorable Secretary General, in the light of our ongoing abduction of Ukrainian children, the mistreatment of prisoners of war, and allegation of torture in Russian custody, what concrete steps is the Council of Europe taking to ensure accountability for these violations, and how does PACE plan to support the Georgian people's democratic aspirations and safeguard human rights in both in Ukraine and Georgia amid this shifting geopolitical landscape? Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary General.
I thank you very much for this question. As you know, the support for Ukraine and for the children in Ukraine and the support for Ukraine in general is the first priority, the highest priority that we have in the Council of Europe since many years now. It is while following the ongoing war of aggression from Russia in Ukraine, and I think this organization, with your support, with the support of all the institutions of the organization, made a lot to ensure that it will be accountability. I can just remember the first pillar for accountability is the work of the European Court on Human Rights, addressing, at the moment where we are speaking, cases of violations of human rights in the context of the war between the 2014 until, as you know, 16th of September 2022. The second pillar is about the register of damage. It is a huge success that it works so well. It was launched in Reykjavik, you can remember this, effective one year later, and now we have really a well-functioning register, and we need to prepare the next step, and the next step is the Claims Commission, inclusive all the discussion about the funding. It is a second pillar for accountability. And we are able to deliver this. We need to have the support of member states, of all the countries willing to do this. We had also a very positive announcement with Australia joining the register very recently. It is moving. That's a good point, and we are ready to deliver and to work on these issues. And the third pillar is about the special tribunal for the crime of aggression. You can remember that in 2022, in March, few days after the full-scale aggression of Russia in Ukraine, the United Nations, the General Assembly, decided to recognize the crime of aggression with more than 140 votes in favor of this recognition. But it was no jurisdiction, we had no jurisdiction competent to address the case, and that means we need also to create one. That's why we have the core group working with the closing the work here in Strasbourg a few days ago, and it allows us to have also a good ground to continue to work on this, but we'll also need, doing this, the support of the countries willing to create this special tribunal. And also for this third pillar for accountability, we are ready to deliver if there is a will to go in this direction with member states and other states. That's the three main pillars we are working on for accountability. But adding to this, I want to address also the specific issue of the children of Ukraine. And as you know, I decided to appoint a special envoy for this issue, for the children from Ukraine. It was announced, weeks ago, at the beginning of February, and former foreign minister from Iceland he's in charge of this very important task. We had a lot of contacts. The special envoy is also here this week, and this is possible to have the contact with her. She is working very well and very fast, and we will be able to continue to work on this to ensure also here to have, well, a good evolution in this issue with the whole complexity we have in the issue. Because we have the abducted children, we have displaced children, we have refugee children, we have a lot of children with different ages. And we should also see what it means for the youngest generation to have a life in war conditions since more than 10 years. It is also related with huge bad consequences for the concerned children and people, for their families, and also for the future of Ukraine. That's why it is so important to work on this. I just want to add one last point. I decided also to create a task force for Ukraine in the Council of Europe. It is effective now. We had 2 meetings from this task force, and I was also really happy to see that it is not only effective, but it was really necessary also to do this step, and also addressing in this context all the issues on accountability.
Thank you. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Sylvie Josserand. Sylvie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President. Secretary General, last Monday, Marine Le Pen was sentenced to sort of ineligibility, a sanction to be executed as a result of a danger to sort of a democratic public order, which would, of course, jeopardize her running for the presidency in 2027. This elimination of a political leader in France, is that something that concerns you or worries you when you talked about democratic backsliding in September in the light of Protocol 1 to the European Human Rights Convention, which provides for the freedom of choice and respect for the will of the people? Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think the whole discussion we've had on democratic backsliding globally and what we're seeing in Europe is backsliding in terms of the rule of law, also in terms of human rights, backsliding also in terms of the general quality of the debate and the run-up to the elections. We are talking about the problems posed by artificial intelligence in the democratic debate, the role of the social media in the democratic debate, just to mention those few elements, and then the sort of impact on our educational system, all of which has a very negative effect in terms of democracy and democratic rights. But that being said, I'd like to mention the importance of the independence of the judiciary. The decision taken in France is a decision taken fully respecting all the elements in the rule of law. Things that were known before the incriminated facts were judged. I am not going to comment on a legal ruling handed down by the French courts, but I think those who hold political responsibility need to be exemplary in their conduct. Basically, laws apply to all citizens, whether they be active in politics, within organizations or not, whether they are potential candidates in an election or not. And that being said, I have no information that would lead me to believe that there is a problem when it comes to applying the rule of law in the case of France. Were that to be the case, then of course there would always be the possibility of lodging an appeal to the European Court of Human Rights. There is a Human Rights Convention, and if rights have been trampled underfoot, then of course there is a possibility of taking up that issue at a higher level. And I believe that we need to be careful when talking about democracy, when talking about the right of people to take votes that will govern their future. That doesn't mean that every person at every given point in time can run in an election. That, of course, is governed by the domestic legislation in the country concerned.
The Liberal Democrats, Lesia Zaburano.
Dear Secretary General, I would like to ask you following questions. What additional measures can be put by Council of Europe in place to guarantee democratic security, particularly in an age where populist movements are gaining traction and undermining established democratic norms? Additionally, does the Council of Europe plan to initiate a dialogue with American partners to cooperate in strengthening democratic institutions and take action in a way of countering and prevention of democratic backsliding?
Thank you. Secretary General.
Thank you very much for this question. I may maybe start just recalling here that a simple reality, we have the contact with the United States because the United States of America is an observer to the Council of Europe, participating also as an observer to the Committee of Ministers, and they are present also in Strasbourg for collaboration between our the Council of Europe and the member states and observers. About the whole discussion about democratic backsliding, I think we are witnessing right now a world where things are changing very rapidly. I mean, what we have seen probably as a stable reality, maybe 3, 5, 10 years ago, could have been totally changed until now. We have again war in the European continent. Since 14 in Ukraine and 22 since the full-scale aggression from Russia. We had the COVID crisis, quite complicated also to manage. We had before, you know, a lot of huge sequence of crises, explaining also this quite unstable situation that we have. And it is additional to this now to see also that we are witnessing in the relation with our North American allies also some changes. What does it mean for the long term? It is too early to answer to this question. I don't know what it would mean for the long term. What I know it is that we are questioned about ourselves now. What can we do for our continent? Because the geography is like it is. We are on this continent happily living together, also with our huge diversity and with the huge diversity that we have on the whole continent. But we must see what we can do together on this. That's exactly why I decided also with the Secretariat to launch all the work for a new democratic pact. You know, it is not to reinvent the wheel about the new democratic pact. It is to make the implementation also on these issues very important for the Council of Europe on the 10 principles of Reykjavik after the summit of Reykjavik for the democracy. But now, what does it mean? We don't need one more additional paper, you know, on democracy with additional 10 recommendations, always the same on democracy. We need to see that the world we are facing changed a lot, and there will be no return back to the ancient world. There's no return back. We will need to find a way for our democratic values and for ourselves, find a way how to have a good development in a situation where we had this huge sequence of crises, this instability, where we have the artificial intelligence playing an important role, where we have social media influencing a lot, I mean, the way we are debating together, the culture of debate, if I can use this word, and we need to adapt to this new reality. That's the first point. The second point, I think we need to use all institutions that we have at the maximum of capacity of possible, you know, role of those organizations. And the Council of Europe is the organization able to develop the concept and to give a strong substance to the concept of democratic security. We need to work on democratic security. That means for all the 46 member states. It includes a very strong European Union, obviously, but also other countries, important countries like UK, not a member, but an important member of the European family, like Turkey, like the South Caucasus, like Ukraine and Moldova, obviously, and other regions, like, for example, the Western Balkans and other countries. We need to work on this, to do this together, and to see that if we do not succeed in this, I do not see who will who could have success to develop for this broad, wide European family the democratic security that we need for the future. And I will add one point. There is also a need of democratic security if we want to have stability also for the hard security in the future. There is a nonsense just to think about, well, on the long term, there is a nonsense on the long term to think about hard security without to have the ground of democratic security. Because what are we trying to defend also in Ukraine with support for Ukraine? We are trying to defend our way of life, our values, what we had before us with the predecessors and the generation before us, and what we want to give to the next generation and to our children. That's why to develop this in the context of the democratic path will be so important. I'm really glad and really happy, and I thank you very much for the openness that you have with PACE, participating to this work. Thank you, Mr. President, also for addressing this issue and giving us the possibility to work together with this committee that will follow all the work and be participating to the work on the democratic pact.
Thank you. On behalf of the United European Left, Sofia Chirikou.
Bonjour, Donald Trump.
Good morning. Donald Trump has taken the unilateral decision for a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, but we believe that peace in Europe must be done with Europeans in the framework of a multilateral negotiation and in the space of peace and international rule of law. Are you ready to make sure that democracy lives with the idea that our assembly is a space for dialogue between countries such as Ukraine and Russia, even if it is the aggressor? And are you going to activate all the multilateral organizations that exist, such as the Organization for Security and Peace in Europe, in order to talk about collective security possibilities in Europe? Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. I very much agree with you. There can be no peace made. There can be none done. There must be none done without taking into account the aggression against Ukraine, without making sure that Ukraine is actually at the very heart of this discussion and include the European family in the largest sense of the word, to make sure that they're very much at the very heart of these exchanges. Yes, we're all very much aware of what was said before and after the American elections, but before actually the new administration took office, and then afterwards as well. Well, what we can say at least is that it seems like it might be complicated actually put into practice because it couldn't be imagined beforehand. It would take longer, but at the same time, what's important to remember, as long as we keep talking here, but the war is going on and the attacks keep happening. I can remember or recall the recent attack that cost the life of many civilians in Ukraine. So we cannot be an organization that focus on human rights, the rule of law and democracy, and not be shocked by looking at the consequences that this war is having on individuals, specifically on civilians. At the same time, we must be aware of what we are actually able to do and what we're not able to do. What is the role that we have in the Council of Europe and what is the role that we don't have? And so I answered that partially before when talking about the central role that we have in defining a framework for security, for democratic security, which is solid and shared amongst us in all the diversity we have in the continent between all of the members of the Council of Europe. It's not our role to try to replace any multilateral organizations. You've talked about the OSCE, for example. There's the European Union as well, which has an important role to be playing. And when we talk about the hard security as well, I believe we have to be unified to make sure that we can establish the foundation for solid democracy and to make sure, or recall at every moment there, that no exchange, no discussion can be made about Ukraine itself without Ukraine actually being involved in that, without Europe being associated to that as well. We probably are going to have a role to play there in the long term. Now in 2025, we need to be thinking about the continent that we want to leave to our children, to the future generations in 2035 and 2050. And so it's in thinking in this time space that we have to have our exchange of views and considerations. And that's what this organization has been done for. The Council of Europe was founded in 1949 on the ruins of the Second World War. Not so much to be an organization that would function for a specific period of time. It was one founded specifically on the ruins of after the Second World War to make sure that such an event would never happen again. And it's right now that we still need to be able to make sure that that can happen. It's right now that we can see that that we have the most important role that we can play in this direction. That's why we need to focus on those values, to say things clearly and to be focused on those values and move in that direction. According to Russia, well, if we talk about the specific issue of what's being done for Ukrainian children, obviously there has to be contact kept in one another to try to find some sort of solution for the children affected by this. And in terms of bringing the war to an end in peace, then obviously that can't be done without all stakeholders participating in the discussion. But that's not one that's going to be led by the Council of Europe, because we have our role.
Zita Gourmay. Zita, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, cher président, collègue, monsieur le secrétaire.
Thank you very much. On the 20th of April, Hungary will celebrate the 30th ratification of the Charter on Regional Minority Languages. Unfortunately, in recent years, the rights of minorities, including linguistic minorities, their rights have been violated in many regions throughout Europe. What can the Council of Europe do to promote reconciliation between peoples in Europe and to strengthen the protection of linguistic rights in order to ensure peace and democratic security on the European continent?
Two more, because now it is the time to have questions in the group of 3 colleagues of mine, and I will give the floor to Györgsen. You have to insert your badge. Press once, wait.
Thank you, Mr. President. In Turkey, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who was nominated as presidential candidate with the vote of 15.5 million people, is in prison for political grounds. My question is, considering the words of President Trump yesterday, do you consider the detention of Ekrem İmamoğlu as an internal political issue? Is that the reason why you have remained silent until today? Thank you.
Thank you. Doris Bures is next. Doris.
Secretary General. The Council of Europe has already dealt with the issue of artificial intelligence and undertaken initiatives to make sure that artificial intelligence is also something that's used to support our basic values. And now, a year afterwards, we can see what I would like to know what has been the progress made and what other steps you're going to be undertaking to make sure that artificial intelligence can be something that is used and implemented to actually defend democracy and the rule of law.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. First, then, the question that concerns the rights of minorities in Hungary. I think we have to remind ourselves we do have treaties, we have conventions dealing with the rights of minorities, and these texts, these treaties are priorities as far as the Council of Europe is concerned, including in discussions on the subject of the new democratic pact. We have the Convention on the Protection of National Minorities. There are some 40 states parties to that convention. We also have the Charter on Regional and Minority Languages. That charter is a very important text. And I think today we cannot both celebrate diversity as an essential element in Europe's identity and then at the same time not really on the ground support minorities and support the use of minority languages. I think that in the context which is ours today, in general, in Europe, where we're facing increasing political tension, we're seeing the rise of nationalism, I think we have elements to hand that we can use in order to protect cultural diversity, linguistic diversity in Europe, and thereby strengthening social cohesion and diffusing tension.
We had reactions. The Congress had a reaction. We are following the situation really closely. And I can also take this occasion to recall here that we must just recall that it is crucial that Turkish authorities stand by the right and freedom enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights. It is not negotiable. Being member of the Council of Europe, it is also related with obligations. It is not possible just to pick up what you want to choose and not to do the rest. And it is our role always to recall this and also to dialogue on this, because as you know, we are not an organization where is it possible to take hard sanctions. We are not able to have a huge influence just taking back money or something like this. We must work with dialogue, and to ensure that we are progressing together. And it is not always progressing in the right direction at the moment, but that we are progressing together, being members of the same family. That's exactly why we have the European Convention on Human Rights. It is a commitment to be a member of the Council of Europe. And that's why we have the European Court on Human Rights addressing violation, and that is why we have the execution followed by the Committee of Ministers. It's really interesting as a model to have the political level following the executions of the decisions of the court, the legal level. Back to Turkey. I want also to take this occasion to recall that it is an obligation to respect, to have the respect for freedom of peaceful assembly. It is an obligation to respect also the freedom of expression, the media freedom, and about the arrest and detention of Istanbul Mayor Imamoglu, it is clear that it's raised legitimate questions. We see this, we all see this. The question is, what can we do right now to address the issue and to have a progression in the right direction, knowing that we have also between PACE, the Committee of Ministers, Congress, and the Secretariat, different roles. We want the same thing at the end. We want to reach the same thing, the commitment to the convention, the commitment to the freedoms I mentioned before, but we have also different roles playing in these elements. That's why these messages have been passed on to the authorities from my part, with whom I am in constant contact, and I can also inform you that I will also be at the Antalya Diplomacy Forum on Saturday. That means in Antalya, and I will be going to Ankara to an official visit in the coming weeks. It is also a good occasion, you know, exactly to recall all those principles and those really important elements. I can just one more time recall the importance of the commitment that we have being a member of the Council of Europe. About the artificial intelligence, ich werde vielleicht das auf Deutsch beantworten.
Perhaps I should reply to your question in German. Thank you very much indeed for the question. Artificial intelligence remains a huge challenge for us all, and I think we're seeing yet again, as the weeks go by, how important AI is. And I think, therefore, it's important that we have a framework convention on AI. I think the development in that area has been very positive. We have not only the whole of the EU on board, a number of countries throughout the European continent, but Israel and the US have expressed their interest. Then there is Mexico, Canada, and Japan that have joined us recently. And I think that allows us or enables us, given the ratification process, may I express the hope that this convention will enter into force in the course of this year. That's the first point. The second point leads me on to the democratic pact, because, as I mentioned earlier, this is one of the challenges that we're facing today when talking about a functioning democracy. It's an important second element, AI. And a third element, and I know that your assembly is working in this direction together with the Secretariat. We cannot just turn a blind eye to what is happening in terms of our own work. I think we've got to see where AI could benefit us, where the dangers lie. It's a tool, it's an instrument, and I think we need to do all that we can to ensure that it isn't used to a negative end or negative purpose, but that we can reap the benefits of AI. And I think as an organization, we can certainly stand to benefit. And perhaps I can remind you that the Framework Convention is the first convention, the first text that has been produced that comes forward with legally binding provisions in the area of artificial intelligence. And I think we all hope that it will be very positive and have a positive impact on all.
General, dear colleagues, we all know that the question to the Secretary General has a time limit of 30 minutes. We have already 35. And I would like to thank you warmly for being with us today and for your kindness to ask our questions. Thank you so much. So, dear colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is to continue this morning's debate on the report titled Foreign Interference, a Threat to Democratic Security in Europe, which was presented this morning by Mrs. Zanda Kalina Lukasevica on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. We will now continue hearing from registered speakers. We expect to conclude the debate and consideration of amendments at 4:50 p.m. I remind members that the speaking time limit is 2 minutes. So, in the debate, I call next
Mrs. Kravchuk.
Madame Kravchuk. Evgenia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, it's extremely important report that Zanda prepared, and also a very important side event that was organized by Latvian delegation, and we talked a lot about AI. And that's actually what I also want to draw your attention to, because this propaganda, especially the Russian interference, with state media, with propagandists, with different networks of pseudo-experts and pseudo-journalists is just a tip of an iceberg. Because right now, Russia is using all possible AI tools to fuel their disinformation campaign, and I'll just give you a few numbers. According to a recent NewsGuard report, Russia's disinformation network Pravda, and Pravda translates as truth, is using AI chatbots to spread fake news and propaganda. The audit showed that 10 leading AI tools repeated fakes from this network in 33% of cases. In 2023 alone, Pravda published over 3.6 million articles that reached popular AI systems made by Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, and others. They spread at least 207 confirmed fake stories, most of them about Ukraine. And actually now they're changing the narratives. They stopped criticizing America, and they're trying to fuel the conflict between the Western allies. And what is the answer? I'm sure that we cannot just sit and wait and not develop our AI tools. Look at the platforms. All of them are either China or Russia or United States. Europe has to invest in own tools, develop them, and even develop its own data centers, because we need this infrastructure to be competitive and to be relevant. Thank you so much, and thanks again for the rapporteur.
Thank you, Evgenia. Hatice Alieva-Veli is next.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, nowadays democracy and democratic societies face a number of challenges and are exposed to pressures from foreign influence, growing extremism, interference in elections, dissemination of manipulative or false information. Defending democracy, democratic principles and values are our responsibility and require our efforts on a daily basis. Speaking of foreign influence of autocratic countries like Russia and China, let me also underline the systematic influence and pressure on political environment of Soros NGOs like Open Society, including in my country, Bulgaria. We should not ignore China's growing economic influence on the Balkans and in the EU. This influence consists of the financing of large infrastructure projects, the purchase of agricultural land, investments in production facilities. I'd like also to remind you about the last scandal involving the Chinese company Huawei, which has affected the European Parliament and represents China's influence at the highest level. This involvement in this kind of corruption scandal of MEPs and their assistants from various countries reveals the widespread and deep foreign influence. In conclusion, the report is a first step in our efforts for stronger democracies. However, decisive steps and common efforts are must when it comes to achieving good results in all international alliances and organizations, and working at all levels, international, national, regional, and local, and of course involving governments, institutions, different organizations, and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker will be Ms. Sabrana.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the rapporteur for such fantastic work. And as a member of the Ukrainian delegation, it's a matter of fact that when we discuss foreign interference, especially in the light of electoral processes, the primary focus is on Russia. This state has a proven track record of actively working to undermine the integrity of democratic election through various means, including disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, and efforts to influence public opinion. Russia's interference, whether in elections or elsewhere, is a long game. Many of these methods are employed long before the election takes place, and as the campaigns unfold, they are only intensified. This is a method characterized by prolonged pre-election groundwork that escalates during campaigns. This strategy prioritizes the slow, deliberate erosion of democratic trust and systems. There is no universal method for election interference operation. Each case involves a unique combination of strategies shaped by Russia's objectives. It's also crucial to note that Russia aims to foster division and weaken the trust in our democratic institutions by manipulating election-related narratives. A key areas of focus have been discrediting Ukrainian capacity to conduct free and fair election under martial law, with efforts to undermine its credibility in this regard. It's vital to remember that Russia's interference extends far beyond electoral process. It encompasses the manipulation of media landscapes, the financing of extremist groups, the weaponization of energy supplies, and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sabrana. And now it's Ms. Hoyo. You have the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. First of all, I would like to commend the rapporteur and also Valentina Martinez, who came before her, because, of course, it's dealing with an issue that we believe to be of utmost importance. The obsession that certain foreign powers, such as Russia, have to try to influence on democratic processes in the region is quite concerning. These synergies develop in many different ways, and sometimes it's not easy to detect them. In my country, in Spain, there have been various cases of Russian interference, including the support to political parties as well as to separatist movements. For example, in 2017, it was proven that Russia had supported the Catalan separatist movement by offering financing and logistic support. Specifically, new technologies are a threat for us, but they're also an opportunity for those who want to have an influence outside of their borders. For this reason, we must make sure that we move on improving security to protect political systems from those cyber attacks. We also must promote education and awareness about foreign interference and the effects that it has on democracy, freedom, and human rights. And of course, we also must improve transparency and accountability in political processes and electoral processes to prevent the influence of these foreign actors. At this point in time, I think the majority of countries are vulnerable to such interference, and we must change this. We have to look for the right tools and adopt the national laws that are necessary to make sure that we can stop this type of interference. It's an attack on all of those values for which we have been fighting for so long.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is Ms. Metsenseva Fedorenko. You have the floor.
Hello, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity. I also would like to thank Valentina Martinez, our Spanish colleague, for initiating it, for Zanda, to getting together all the important amendments, and for your presence, colleagues, in very high numbers. I want to start with the draft recommendation. Indeed, the foreign interference today seeks to undermine electoral processes in your home countries. The interference specifically of Russia was trying to elect on your behalf another presidents, another members of parliament, and other representatives of local communities. It also eroded trust into politicians, into state institutions, into international law. It continues to distort political decision-making, and exactly what we are doing here in passing the resolutions. But I will tell you, colleagues, what the real interference is. On the same day, in 2014, April 8, we witnessed the leaving of the Russians and unknown pro-Russian activist, my home city Kharkiv, when regional building of administration was released from them. That was an interference to turn Kharkiv from Ukrainian to sort of a Russian city. The interference is when your relative is in captivity and you can't call, text, or hug him or her. The interference is when the rocket arrives to the playground and kills the children and civilians, and it's being portrayed as the NATO-based gathering of foreign fighters. The interference is where media is being absolutely misused to lie, to talk about the fake information, and to mingle the minds of the youngest, of the youth, and to influence your future and your decision-making. This is what real interference is. I call you to support this resolution and to support all the amendments passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. McLeary. You have the floor.
European democracy faces an insidious and escalating threat from foreign interference. From election meddling to cyber attacks, authoritarian regimes exploit our openness and seek to undermine from within. These threats are not abstract. Russia has interfered across Europe and flooded social media with disinformation. The influence of Russian state has been overt in recent elections in Moldova and Romania and elsewhere. We ignore it at our peril. We have seen where it can lead with Russia's unprovoked assault on Ukraine. China, too, has used economic leverage and social media platforms to silence critics and apply pressure to nations that it wishes to influence or control. Complacency is not an option. Europe needs a robust response, stronger cybersecurity, transparent political funding, and tough sanctions against those responsible. The withdrawal of the United States is deeply regrettable. President Trump's decision to end funding for Radio Free Europe was a gift to Vladimir Putin and aspiring autocrats everywhere. We have seen across the world when pro-democracy broadcasters, including our own BBC World Service, withdraw, Russia and China quickly move to fill the space. The EU and European governments must work together to safeguard and promote these invaluable voices against disinformation. We must build public resilience through media literacy, independent journalism, and accountable social media platforms. We need enforceable laws and real political courage with a willingness to confront authoritarian regimes, not just with words, but with actions. This is the defining challenge of our era. If we fail, we risk sleepwalking into a future where democracy is no longer the default, where foreign powers dictate elections and corrode public trust. We cannot afford that future. Our sovereignty is not for sale. This fight isn't just about elections or security, it's about who we are as free societies and what we're willing to do to defend that freedom. Let's meet this challenge united, determined, and resolute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker will be Ms. Jasko. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, do you know why this report is important? I can tell you that maybe it's the first time that we discuss defense and national security as one actually of our attentions here. We often were told that we, in the Council of Europe, we are not dealing with the defense and security. But now we're talking about what is the place of the foreign interference within national security frameworks. And I think it's a core question that all of us must understand, that foreign interference brings dangers to our democracies, and it should be a part of our national security strategies. I want to warn and to ask you to look at the specific areas where this foreign interference is happening that we were discussing here. Of course, there is a political arena when there are political movements, parties that are financed by unknown or known sources, but from the foreign impact. We also have economic arena where the land or companies can be bought by certain companies to get more influence. There is a cyber area, but there is also one other area that I want to mention here, but very carefully. Do you know that Russian Church, unfortunately, is creating more and more branches among many military objects around many of your member states? It was happening in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion. They were using church as the foreign interference. Look it up and take care of your democracies very wisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I leave the floor for Mr. Lutgen.
Monsieur le Président.
Chairperson, colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur for the high caliber of the work she's done. I had the great pleasure to participate in the Qatar Gate Committee on interference in the European Parliament. The work that's been done today has been inspired a lot by that. And of course, much has been done in the European Union to try to fight against this type of manipulation, disinformation, interference via, in particular, legislation proposed by Mr. Breton. There's also been progress made on this issue after different cases of manipulation that we found about, that have been talked about here in this assembly. That having been said, I think it's important right now, and it's been mentioned by speakers before me, to insist on the need to have greater strategic independence when it comes to digital threats specifically in order to fight against this type of interference. And of course, education must be at the very heart of our fight against disinformation. But we see that there are some countries that are using these digital threats, Russia, China, and others. Those are also vectors for disinformation and that function very well. The European Union is one of these countries that must develop and is working on developing as well as strategies around digital defense. It's doing defense in general, in food, in health. Those are just some examples, or in energy as well, because we've been able to show to what extent that each time we are too dependent, well, that opened the door to interference. So, sovereignty, strategic independence, and as much protection as possible against any type of interference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Ms. Puliak. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, foreign interference is a growing threat to our democracies. Disinformation, cyber attacks, covert financial operations aim to undermine elections, divide societies, and erode public trust. These threats must be addressed, but let us also be careful not to react with fear alone. As someone who strongly supports innovation and new technologies, I want to emphasize that artificial intelligence is not only a threat, it is also an opportunity. Artificial intelligence can strengthen democracy if we use it wisely. It can help identify disinformation faster, protect electoral integrity, and promote civic engagement. It can improve transparency, support fact-checking, and enable better public service. That is why the Vilnius Convention on Artificial Intelligence is so important. It provides a framework that protects fundamental rights while allowing responsible innovation to thrive. This assembly must send a clear message that democratic resilience requires not just defense, but vision. A vision where artificial intelligence and new technologies serve people, not manipulate them. We must also avoid laws that, under the pretext of fighting interference, silence civil society or restrict freedoms. Defending democracy must never mean compromising its core values. Let us act with courage, not panic. Let us show that democracy can evolve, not retreat, and let us ensure that the digital age becomes a time of renewed strength for our democratic institutions. They say that Europe regulates and other innovates. Let's show them that we can do both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor is given to Mr. Massas. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Chair, dear colleagues, foreign interference is no longer just theoretical. It's a very real weapon. It's polymorphic, indivisible, invisible, and insidious. And the Russian Federation today is one of its most active perpetrators, as underscored emphatically by our colleague, Ms. Lukashevitsa, in her report. Europe is facing up to systematic destabilization based on the erosion of trust, manipulation of information, and exploitation of our freedoms since the annexation of Crimea in 2014 until the complete war of aggression in Ukraine, passing by the interference into the 2017 French presidential elections, the Brexit referendum, or more recently Romanian and Moldovan elections. Russia has deployed coordinated operations of disinformation, political corruption, and cyber attacks. It's not an isolated series of incidents, rather it's carefully organized. The report evokes militarization of disinformation and the use by proxy actors to corrupt, divide, and to vote by. In Romania in 2024, the presidential election had to be annulled by the Constitutional Court after evidence of interference using artificial intelligence. It's a serious precedent, and it's an important wake-up signal. It would be naive to think that our institutions are immune. We know that in France, that our own democracy is under pressure. When Marine Le Pen was sentenced by the French courts last week, Vladimir Putin's spokespersons and Viktor Orban were among the first to react and support foreign interference, in particular Russia, attack our own rule of law and our democratic principles. Faced with this, we must be strong. We must be careful. If we let fear dictate our actions, it will have won.
Thank you very much. And now the last speaker will be Ms. Bilosia. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, it's a record. I'm the last one in the list of 33. Dear President, dear colleagues, first of all, many thanks to Madam Zanda for such a timely report that highlights all the threats of interference into our democratic systems. In Ukraine, we have been experiencing and observing Russian interference in our political system for decades. Today, during the Russian war of aggression, they use unacceptable actions, disinformation, psychological campaigns. They use even computer games, manipulating and forcing teenagers and children to indicate and identify critical infrastructure for further missile attacks. What is most disturbing is the information campaign, disinformation campaign that Russia is conducting now in Europe. We saw this in Moldova, in Romania, in Georgian election. In the information field, Russia is spreading narratives in the EU aimed at strengthening existing Euroscepticism. Russia pays and uses bloggers with millions of viewers all over the world, and where Russians are pictured as savers of the world and not the killers of civilians. Evgenia told today about this network called Pravda, Truth. I want to stress thousands of telegrams and websites that spread more than 3.6 million articles only last year. And it is used to manipulate artificial intelligence in all of our languages. And directly news goes there from Russian state media. And such leading chatbots like ChatGPT and Meta AI, they repeat now Kremlin narratives. So all of this clearly shows that we don't do enough. As the report suggests, we need strong national strategies to protect our countries. Going forward, we must be together to ensure that authoritarian regimes do not interfere in our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this concludes the list of speakers. I now call on the rapporteur, Ms. Kalnina Lukaševica, to reply. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair, and many thanks to all of the colleagues who talked today in the morning session and now in the afternoon. It's been a lively, vivid, and very important debate. I appreciate all your contributions, as I appreciated it during development of this report, and that shows that it is a common contribution and common effort that we plan to adopt today. And allow me to start where with a sentence I concluded my remarks during this morning session. Indeed, this opportunity has this assembly has an opportunity to take a stand, to fortify our democratic resilience and send an unmistakable message. We will not be divided, we will not be manipulated, and we will not allow foreign interference to undermine the foundations of our democracies. So it is not just about defending ourselves from external threats. It is about safeguarding the very principles that define us: free and fair elections, open public debate, and the right of our citizens to shape their own future without foreign coercion. Colleagues, the strength of our democracies lies not only in our institutions, but in our collective determination to uphold them. So let us act with resolve. Let us ensure that our democracies remain free, strong, and beyond the reach of those who would seek to undermine them. Many thanks to all of you, and thank you to the committee, to the Secretariat, and to the chair of the committee that allowed us together to work to prepare this report. I invite to support it. Thank you.
Très bon rapport. Good report. And good speech.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And now the chairperson of the committee, Mr. Bouygues, do you want to speak?
Interviendra en fin de...
No, that'll be at the end of the report.
I didn't hear that.
I don't think he's can speak.
Nope. Okay. So, dear colleagues, the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution to which 15 amendments and 4 sub-amendments have been tabled, and a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now begin by considering the draft resolution. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 3, 13 and 11 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitively approved. Is that so, Mr. Bouygues?
C'est exact, Monsieur le Président.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. So if no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Is there any objection? No, that's not the case. So the amendments 3, 13 and 11 to the draft resolutions are therefore approved and will not be called. So now I understand also that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 9, 10, 1, 8, 5, 6 and 12 to the draft resolutions which are rejected by the committee with a two-thirds majority be declared as definitively rejected. Is that so, Mr. Bouygues?
Monsieur le Président.
That's true. Thank you, Chair.
If no one objects, I'll consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there any objection? Yes.
Object to the rejection of amendments number 10 and number 12, and I please my colleagues to support my objection to stand up.
Thank you very much. So we will discuss Amendment 10 and 12. Are there any other objections, Mr. Hunko?
We object amendment number 1. Yeah.
And are there 10? No. You have to count. Okay, we will also discuss number 1. Thank you very much. So I don't see any further objections.
Mr. Gontran has a question. Point of order.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you hear me?
I don't. Mr. Chair, amendments number 5 and 6, I didn't understand what is with them. They are rejected, but they need to stand up or not. 5 and 6.
5 and 6 were rejected with a two-thirds.
Yeah, I also insist on working on these amendments and ask the colleagues to support. It's about Russian intervention and interference, about Russian journalists and oligarchs. So this is very important amendments, and I ask colleagues to stand up. Elizabeth, we are standing up again.
So are you? There are 10 members who support this. Okay, then we will deal also with amendments 5 or 6. So that concludes that we will deal with the amendments 1, 5, 6, 10 and 12.
9 and 8 are definitively rejected.
And 9 and 8 are definitively rejected. Okay.
So we need to go to page 11.
Yes. Good, so we start with the amendments, and the first one is Amendment 10, and I call Mr. Jablonski to support Amendment 10. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this is a very simple amendment that adds a quite significant example of Russian interference in the elections in my country, in Poland, 2023, and both the government admits it and also opposition has seen it. There was an interference. It is being investigated. If we list other examples, we see no reason why this should be omitted. We should call it out for what it is and condemn and denounce all Russian interference.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment? Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Raz, dwa, okay? Okay. Mr. Chair, of course, the interference of Russia in practical almost all elections is obvious. But this amendment suggests that this interference in Poland, if any, can be compared comparable with the interference in Romania and Moldova, and had an impact on the outcome of the election, and which is not true.
Thank you very much. I remind that the committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. And now the vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. And now we go to amendment number 1, and I call Ms. Laura Castell to support amendment number 1. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, 4 years ago, the National Court of Spain filed this case, and last March, the Supreme Court of Spain filed and annulled this case. So after judicial investigation of these allegations, there is no case of foreign interference in Catalonia. Besides, affirming that a referendum is a coup d'etat contravenes common sense and previous resolutions of this parliamentary assembly referring in reference of Catalan case. So I would like to delete this reference regarding the Catalan thing.
Thank you, Ms. Castell. Does anybody want to speak against the amendment? Yes, Mr. Ispan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The political crisis that happened in Catalonia in 2017 was a clear example of foreign interference. RT and Sputnik distributed near 48,000 posts and news about the coup d'etat, and those were read by 126 million people. News like tanks in the street of Catalonia, a map that showed a majority of countries recognizing the independence of Catalonia, or quotes that independent Catalonia will recognize the independence of Crimea. There were Congress for the pro-independent parties in Moscow, FSB activities in Moscow, in Barcelona, or travel of officials from Catalan government to Moscow. It was a clear example of foreign interference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with 2/3 majority. I will now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Yes, it is. Now the vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. And the amendment 1 is rejected. We now move to amendment number 2, and I call on Mr. Goncharenko to support amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
Dear colleagues, it's a very important amendment because this is the essence of what we working in this report. By the way, I want to thank brilliant work of rapporteur in this direction, because this is about how Russia makes this interference. It doesn't happen that they're just sitting from Moscow and thinking about Europe. No, there are instruments, and these instruments are, for example, their propaganda. So we need to name it and name it and to fight against it. So I ask to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. And now I call for Mrs. Kalina Lukasevich to support the sub-amendment on behalf of the committee.
Yes, dear colleagues, we discussed in the committee and suggested a sub-amendment because committee suggests as a general approach not to mentioning new examples in the report,
that the committee did not examine during the elaboration of the report. And in line with the position set out in the committee, we therefore seek to delete the second sentence with the specific names mentioned here, while maintaining the rest of the text.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? And what is the opinion of Mr. Goncharenko?
Me personally, I think it's important to name spades, to name the spades, but I have a lot of respect to the committee and rapporteur, so I agree with this proposition in order to be in consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. And the committee is in favor of the sub-amendment, and I shall now put that to a vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. And the sub-amendment is agreed to. Now we come to the main amendment 2, as amended. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment as amended? Doesn't seem so. And what is the opinion of the committee of the amendment as amended?
L'amendement a été accepté avec une grande majorité.
The amendment has been accepted by a large majority.
So the committee is in favor, and I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. And the amendment 2, as amended, is agreed to. Thank you very much. And now we go to amendment number 4, and also here there's a sub-amendment, and I call Mr. Goncharenko to support amendment number 4. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, one more instrument of Russian interference is economics. They're using these oligarchs, tycoons, who are the pockets of Putin. And for example, Mr. Lysin, Russian oligarch and Putin's pocket, is the key figure in Russian defense industry. He repeatedly pressured the Belgian government by threatening to shut down one of the factories and losing near 1,000 jobs in order not to be sanctioned. It's something unacceptable, and that's why I think we should mention this too. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call now on the rapporteur to support the sub-amendment on behalf of the committee.
Dear colleagues, again, the committee sought to maintain a position of not introducing new specific examples not studied by the committee into the resolution. We therefore seek to delete the second sentence with the specific names from the resolution while maintaining the beginning and the essence of the amendment.
Thank you very much. And what is the opinion of Mr. Goncharenko to the sub-amendment?
Thank you. Again, I think it would be great to name the evil who it is, but again, with all respect to committee and rapporteur, I thank you that you support the main idea of the amendment, so I agree and support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And the committee is in favor of the sub-amendment. I now call for a vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The sub-amendment is agreed to. And now we come to the main amendment 4 as amended. Does anyone want to speak against the main amendment as amended? Doesn't seem like that. So what is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
L'amendement a été adopté.
The amendment is unanimously carried. Thank you to everyone.
The committee is in favor unanimously, and I now put the amendment as amendment to the vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 4 as amended is agreed. And now we go to amendment number 15, and also here there's a sub-amendment. I call Mr. Emanuel Singaris to support amendment 15. You have 30 seconds, Emanuel.
Thank you. It's amendment to support
15.
To support 15, yes, to support radio stations, Free Europe, well, and other mass media who is going to transfer the free voice to Russia, where are no freedom of mass media. And having in mind that Russia Today and other Chinese propaganda machine is working in Latin America, in Africa, and in Europe, we would like to support the now free mass media who is under pressure to be closed. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll call the rapporteur to support the sub-amendment on behalf of the committee.
Dear colleagues, the committee absolutely supports this idea, but we preferred to suggest to put full stop after the words independent media, and therefore we suggest the deletion of the very ending and last phrase to concentrate on affirmative action member states can take.
Thank you. Do anyone want to speak against the sub-amendment? That is not the case. And what is Mr. Singaris' opinion on the sub-amendment?
I'm absolutely in favor for that. It's a very clever amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Singaris is in favor, and the committee is in favor of the sub-amendment, so I will now put it to the vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed, and the sub-amendment is agreed to. And we now come to the main amendment 15 as amended. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment as amended? Not. So what is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
C'est un amendement sous.
It's a sub-amended amendment which has adopted unanimously.
Favor. I will now put the amendment as amendment to the vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 15 as amended is agreed. And we now move to amendment number 7, and I call Ms. Puliak to support amendment 7, and you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. This amendment underlines that artificial intelligence is not only a risk, but on the other hand, an opportunity and tool to strengthen democracy, support fact-checking, and improve transparency, enhance public services in line with our own Vilnius Convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendments? That's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
C'est un amendement.
It's an amendment that was adopted by a large majority.
So the committee is in favor of the amendment. I will put it to the vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the results. And the amendment is, number 7, is carried. And now we go to amendment number 14. Also here there's a sub-amendment, and I call on Ms. Komenko to support amendment 14. You have 30 seconds.
Yes, President. Madam Homenko is absent. I will speak as the co-author of the amendment. We suggest to add to the text that it considers any measures in support of anti-war movements. They should be applied only in exceptional cases when persons who have genuine and substantial evidence of prosecution and pressure from the Russian authorities, so not the fake ones, for their true and sincere anti-war beliefs. Thank you very much. I highly ask to support.
Thank you very much, and I ask the rapporteur to support the sub-amendment on behalf of the committee. You have the floor.
It's more editorial, so we suggest insertion of so-called, as it brings the text into the line with the previous text suggested by Madam Komenko in another amendment. Just align the language. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? That's not the case. So, yes, can we have?
In favor, President.
And you are in favor. And the committee is obviously in favor of the sub-amendment, and I will put it to the vote. The vote is open. And I close the vote, call for the result, and the sub-amendment is agreed to. And now we come to the main amendment 14 as amended. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment as amended? That's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended?
The amendment was adopted by a large majority, Chair.
Committee is in favor with a large majority. I will now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. We close the vote and call for the results. The amendment 14 as amended is agreed. And now we move to amendment number 5, and I call for Mr. Goncharenko to support amendment 5.
Thank you, Chair. And this amendment, if we called and we decided that Russian propaganda is the mechanism, in this case we need to call to stop this mechanism. So this is said, the calls on member states to establish a sanction mechanism, and then speaking about Russian propaganda. I think this is very important if we don't want just to name the problem, but to try to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment? That is not the case. Then, okay, Mr. Hispan.
I think it's not the amendment is not necessary. The text is enough. The rest of the text includes enough the references. So I think that we must follow the decision of the reporter.
Thank you very much. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I will now put it to the vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed, and I now call for the result to be displayed. And the amendment 5 is rejected. We now move to amendment number 6, and I call Mr. Goncharenko to support number 6.
Colleagues,
with all respect, I really can't understand. If we say this is the problem, so we need to solve the problem or not. So this amendment calls on member states to strengthen and strictly enforce sanctions against Russian state-funded media which remain widely accessible despite existing restrictions. We said previously they are propaganda. If we're saying they are propaganda, we should stop it. In other case, what's the sense? So I really can't understand why we are not voting. So I ask to vote for. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment number 6? That is not the case. The committee rejected the amendment with a 2/3 majority. I will now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And amendment number 6 is rejected. We move now to amendment number 12. And I call Mr. Jablonski to support amendment 12. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this amendment is in fact more general. I understand that those 2 previous amendments were quite specific. I also supported them, but I believe that addressing the issue that we are facing with, that there are some organizations that are disguising as NGOs, but in fact are being funded by foreign governments. We all know of this mechanism called Rosotrudniczestwo, that Russia is financing NGOs all across the world. Other countries are doing it as well. We should condemn it, we should denounce it, and this is why this paragraph is addition that's worthwhile to add. I urge you to vote in favour.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment? That is not the case. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I will now put it to a vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result, and amendment 12 is rejected. So now we will proceed to vote on the draft resolution as amended, and a simple majority is here required. I call the vote for open. The vote is closed, and I call for the results, and the draft resolution as amended is adopted. Yeah. And we now also proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in the document 16131. I remind you that here we need 2/3 majority, and the vote is open. We close the vote, and the draft recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
And it's ready. Ready? Colleagues, the next business this afternoon is the current affairs debate on protests and rallies in the Western Balkans and Central Europe. The debate is limited to a maximum of 1 hour 30 minutes, and speaking time is limited to 2 minutes for all members, except the first speaker, who is chosen by the Bureau and allowed 7 minutes. The debate will therefore end at 6 p.m. In the debate, I call the first speaker, Mr. Papandreou, and you have 7 minutes. He's there sitting. Colleagues, can I ask you now, please, to take your seats, and we need to start the next debate. Mr. Papandreou. Microphone. Press the button.
Okay. Dear fellow Europeans, from Sarajevo to Sofia, from Belgrade to Bratislava, from Budapest to Bucharest, from Athens to Istanbul, people are rising. Not with violence, but with courage and hope, a desire for dignity and democracy. In Skopje, their slogans echoes, "Who's next?" after a fire in Kočani stole lives of 59 young people, victims of corruption and neglect. In Bratislava, Slovak and EU flags fly side by side as crowds declare Slovakia is Europe, our future is freedom. In Turkey, millions take to the streets after Mayor Imamoglu and opposition leaders are jailed. They chant laws, rights, justice. Halkin iradesine ui, respect the people's will. In Greece, the words of a young victim of the Tembe train crash, "I have no oxygen," have become a symbol of Hellenism's fight against corrupt management, demanding justice and accountability. From student-led actions after floods in Sarajevo to marches in Montenegro after mass shootings, citizens are standing up, not for ideology, but for dignity. Not for slogans, but for truth. In Serbia, the train station tragedy sparked a democratic awakening, a peaceful Gandhian-like youth movement, fighting corruption with humor, song, and solidarity, students, teachers, artists, grandparents, a living movement of renewal. Town halls are filling, universities are speaking out, meals are cooked to nourish the souls of protesters. They do not wave the flag of Europe, perhaps out of disappointment, but make no mistake, they carry Europe's deepest values: democracy, justice, human dignity, freedom of press. They demand a government that respects the rule of law. But how they act inspires even more, with deliberation, with respect, with creativity. They are not waiting for democracy, they are practicing it. Let's be proud of them, because, my friends, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, we believed democracy had triumphed, that our future was safe. But we are brutally reminded, from wars to oligarchic abuse of powers, democracy is not guaranteed. It is a living act, a choice made every day. Exactly what today's TikTok generation is doing, giving new life to our democracies. They don't fear the future, but they demand the right to shape it. They want no more captured states, no more stolen futures, no more authoritarianism masked as stability. They seek protection not just from military aggression, but from the daily violence of inequality, injustice, corruption, and unchecked power. This is democratic security, a shield against the rise of the oligarchs who exploit, divide, surveil, and dominate, whether here in Europe or across the Atlantic in the United States. But too many governments answer with calls for justice with repression, propaganda, and blame. Instead of confronting corruption and democratic decay, they shift guilt to scapegoats and claim to defend tradition. Look at Hungary. Pride parades are banned, yet brave young Hungarians still march for love, for liberty, for the right to be seen. And I'm asking you, are NGOs, migrants, or LGBTQ movements, are they responsible for hiding rigged contracts and stolen funds in Hungary, as the EU has alleged, or silencing journalists, or dismantling civil society, or controlling courts and parliament, and rewriting education to control minds? No. They are used as distractions, a facade, a smokescreen. These measures are not national protection, it's political domination. What's really at stake? Not culture, not tradition, not security, but power. Those who fear they will lose power. And their strategy is built on fear, because when you fear the other, you are more easily controlled. Friends, we in the Council of Europe must speak clearly. These are not threats to democracy. They are democracy reborn, reminding us that democracy is not a checkbox every 4 years. It lives in the streets, in voices, in hearts, in the cyclists that are coming to Strasbourg from Serbia with flags, and grandmothers with handwritten signs. They are rebuilding what institutions have eroded: trust, accountability, and hope. We must act. We must enshrine protections for peaceful protest, investigate abuses like alleged sound cannons in Serbia and surveillance in Hungary, engage young people, support civic innovators, give voice to the unheard, and call out authoritarianism, from bullying to repression, even when they disguise themselves in the word of patriotism. These movements are not protests. They are an opportunity for us all. They're an opportunity for Serbia. They're an opportunity for Greece, for Turkey, for many of our countries. They are an opportunity to breathe freer, for a more just Europe. And they are showing the way, a time to unite Europe when we need unification, when we really need a united and strong Europe, and unite with its youth. So let us listen, let us learn, let us stand with them, because a new era is awakening, and let us rise with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I remind you, colleagues, this is a time-limited debate. It's 2 minutes to speak, and please bear in mind, if you go over that, you could be denying somebody else further down the list a chance of taking part in the debate. We now go to the speakers from the political groups, and I call Mr. Nemeth on behalf of the European Conservatives.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, I do agree with our rapporteur in the sentence that people are arising and they are standing up. Probably we don't mean in the same way as the rapporteur thinks. But I believe that the debate about freedom of assembly, about pride demonstrations, about gender is important, as it really reflects a change in the civilization of us. The West is at a cultural crossroads, in my opinion. Gender mainstreaming or respect to constitutional identities, establishing the culture of tolerance. This is the dilemma. The USA is also experiencing an anti-woke awakening, Mr. Rapporteur. Yes, something is happening. Somebody is awakening on both sides of the Atlantic, transforming the approach to questions like migration and to gender. Hungary, I think, has paved the way in Europe. In Hungary, there is no place for gender propaganda of NGOs in schools, no obscenity and nudity in public space, no gender reassignment surgery for children, only biological gender recognition of men and women, no man allowed to do women's sports, and definition of marriage means one man and one woman, protection of child, women, marriage, family. This is the revolution, what is happening. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ms. Judicial from the European Liberals and Democrats.
Ukrainians banned Russian language, they banned their alphabet, they robbed their church and killed civilians in Odessa. It is under Putin's genius leadership that people of Ukraine are being liberated, is today's quote by Serb leader Milorad Dodik in his another praise of the geniusness of Vladimir Putin. When we talk about Western Balkans, stereotypes are incredibly politically convenient. They are an anti-intellectual shortcut whose primary purpose is to prevent action and to give us excuse to do nothing. And one of those stereotypes in Western Balkans is that we can sum up our inaction there on the inevitable inter-ethnic conflicts that happened and will continue repeating. But that is not actually the truth. The truth in Western Balkans is actually that people of Western Balkans are being victimized by those who claim they represent them and who claim are patriots, extreme nationalists, defending the interests of Serbs, Croats, Northern Macedonians, Bosniaks, Albanians, and so on and so forth. In this convenient narrative, it is patriotism that they claim to be hiding behind. But the truth is the following. Mr. Vučić and Mr. Dodik, if you need to imprison students, if you need to imprison teachers, university professors, in order to stay in power, if you need to introduce foreign agent laws, and if you need to imprison journalists and politically prosecute them, then you don't deserve that power, and you are not the leadership that Europe deserves. In that sense, we need to move away from stereotypes and the question of inevitability of conflict in Western Balkans, and move towards a recognition that our action is necessary in recognizing the leaders and students and opposition members who are fighting the good European fight. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Madame Catala from the United European Left.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, after the collapse last November of the canopy of the Novostadt station, leading to the death of 15 people, whose condolences I extend to, the people of Serbia has undergone a citizens' revolution, thanks to young people in particular. From the outset, students were joined by teachers, rectors, teachers from the primary and secondary sectors, lawyers, farmers, judges, taxi drivers, and retired people. The people rose up against the corruption. Transparency International has placed the country in 105th place in its index of the perception of corruption. This has called for publication of all the information regarding the contracts for this station, financial reports, prosecution of those responsible, and the dropping of charges against those arrested during the demonstrations. Our group supports the Serbian people. The face of this movement, which has been mobilizing all universities, is led by the principle of direct democracy. This type of organization via general assemblies is part of a long tradition of student struggles in the Balkans, fighting to improve the conditions of the students. It's one of the biggest waves of demonstrations in the contemporary history of the country. However, in other European capitals, radio silence prevails. Last summer, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and the French President Emmanuel Macron went to Belgrade to seal, I quote, the European anchoring of Serbia and to promote a cooperation agreement with the European Union, primarily concerning importing critical minerals, in particular lithium. President Zenovic has now said these people have taken off their masks. They've betrayed the values that they hold. The silence of European capitals and the West, while at the same time trying to give lessons in democracy, is something we must ask questions about. Europe should be following and supporting this people's revolution. It should lead to the free democratic will of the people of Serbia being expressed via democratic elections, and not via the setting up of a technical expert government, which is seen as one of the potential outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Axel Schäfer from the Socialists, Greens and Democrats.
Herr President, colleagues. George Papandreou said everything that needs to be said with regard to what's happening in this region. I'd like to put this in the context of this Parliamentary Assembly. First of all, we need to be very strong in all different fields, not only within the Parliamentary Assembly, also with the European Union, within the European Union community. We need to ensure that we're pulling in the same direction and that we are as vociferous as possible, particularly with regard to these issues. The second point I'd like to make is we need to be honest with each other. There are European political groups, and we have Christian Democrats from the Christian Democrats Party. I think it's ever so important to discuss, just as we did 10 years ago with Orban, when we discussed these different issues. And now, of course, we're talking about the dictatorship measures that are being implemented. Let's not forget that we are within national delegations as well. Within our own governments, we need to ensure that the influence is brought to bear in the context of bilateral relations. We're talking about human rights. We're talking about protecting minorities, fighting against discrimination. And this is one of our tasks. And it's very hard when you're having to speak out against your own president, your own chancellor, who you would normally be supporting. But I think it's of vital importance. Others are not going to make any progress. Colleagues, so this is the last speech I'm going to be making. I've been here for the past 16 years. I've been fortunate enough to represent my party and my country for the past 27 years. I've been a member of Parliament. I've been in the European Parliament for 5 years, and I was here in the very first visit to the European Parliament in this particular chamber, and it's become like a home to me. I'd like to thank all of you for the experience that I've gained over these very lengthy years, ever since 1980, in fact, that the different ties that I've built with so many different colleagues from so many different countries and so much enthusiasm for Europe. Let us continue to tread this path together. Thank you very much indeed.
Axel, thank you very much for your contribution over many years. We will miss your oratory and your passion. Our next, final speaker in the political groups is Ms. Bastos of the European People's Group.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Young Serbian students in very expressive demonstrations urges an independent judicial system and equal rights. They call for less corruption and more democracy, transparency, justice, fraternity, and responsibility. A healthy democracy and a solid rule of law are vital achievements to guarantee the future of generations. It is essential that the Serbian citizens are engaged in the process of accession to the European Union and that disinformation campaigns be neutralized. There is a way to go. Yes, there is. Gain the trust of citizens, defend our fundamental values, persist in the progress of consolidating the rule of law and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. Reforms to progress in the EU integration process. Ensure a multi-party multi-party parliamentary system, pluralistic media, and independent judicial system. Another important step for Serbia and Kosovo is that these countries commit to normalize their relations. We recall that Serbia plays a central role in regional stability. Mr. President, colleagues, the Hungarian government has undermined the values of human dignity, freedom, equality, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. Last month, he presented a legislative proposal to ban LGBT pride parades, but also to punish those who participate in or organize the events, and is trying to limit peaceful protests. These are intolerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now go on to the whole list, the general list of speakers. And again, please, colleagues, I remind you, it is 2 minutes, please, if you can, so everyone, we can get as many people in the debate. And the first speaker is Mr. Bejic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, as someone born in the Western Balkans and now representing Sweden in this chamber, I stand here with you both pride and deep concern. Pride in the democratic aspiration of the people in the region and concern for the increasing number of protests and rallies, often met with this disproportionate response or complete political silence. From Belgrade to Skopje, from Podgorica to Budapest, we are seeing citizens taking to the streets. Some protest for basic rights, others against corruption, democratic backslides, or environment destruction. Those are not isolated events. They are part of a broader European struggle for dignity, transparency, and democracy. We must not view those movements as threats to stability. On the contrary, there are sides of life, sides that people still believe in democracy and in power of their voices. What we should be worried about are the governments that respond to peaceful protest with repression and indifference. I urge all of us to listen more carefully. As policymakers, we should not only engage with prime ministers and ministers, but with teachers, students, farmers, and workers. That's where the future of Europe is shaped. And finally, let us be consistent. If we support the right to protest in one country, we must defend it in all of countries. The credibility of this council depends on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Kovacs.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, despite legal proceedings upholding in line with all reasonable and legal deadlines, the tragic event of November 1st in Novi Sad last year was used as a pretext for action, such as physically preventing employees of the courts and prosecutor officers from coming to their workplaces, blocking the parliament, and etc. In the same time, a part of university students shut down the vast majority of the faculties in the country. Lectures and exams were interrupted and cancelled indefinitely, leaving all those students who do not approve of the blockades in denial of their constitutional right to education. I would like to underscore a critical point. We all, of course, share with students a deep commitment to justice, equality, and the rule of law, and support the right to peaceful protest, as well as the pursuit of meaningful societal change through democratic means. However, I believe that any such actions must respect the principles they seek to uphold. The rule of law cannot be defended by circumventing it, just as fundamental rights cannot be protected by violating the rights of others. Access to education should be safeguarded, free from political, ideological, or institutional obstructions. The right to protest and the right to education are not mutually exclusive.
They must coexist in manner that respect the legal framework and fundamental freedoms of all individuals. The ongoing situation in Serbia sets a troubling precedent, wherein the rule of law is being selectively applied, and where inactions by academic institutions has led to the systematic denial of education of the majority. It is our hope that we could restore academic normality in Serbia and reaffirm the fundamental rights of all students to pursue their education. Therefore, it remains for us to hope that we will respect the principles of democracy and welfare of all citizens of the Republic of Serbia. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. First.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen. Pursuant to Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights, all humans have the right to assemble freely. This is an essential, paramount, fundamental right in all democracies. This applies in Hungary and is fully respected there. Despite the ban of the Pride Parade in Budapest, this fundamental right is respected. Because pursuant to Article 11, all freedoms, including freedom of assembly, are subject to special provisions. In paragraph 2, there are certain limitations when it comes to public security and public order, protection of public health, and protection of morality and the freedom of certain specific groups. That's not just possible, it's actually imposed. And this is where the right, indeed the duty, derives for all European states to ensure that gatherings, demonstrations, parade be examined in terms of that test. Of course, freedom of assembly is important, but we cannot allow calls for violence or the dissemination of unconstitutional content or the assembly of underage people in public circumstances in unsuitable attire. So in the context of the gay pride, there's often extremely explicit sexual posturing, sexual attire. In private, this is no one else's business, but in public, this is not covered by the right to assembly. Moreover, no reasonable person would want young people to be confronted with such demonstrations. And I think anybody, whatever political party they come from. So I think it's important that we should support Hungary's right to protect its children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madame Fresco-Rolfo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much indeed, President. The freedom of assembly and the freedom to protest is a fundamental right and freedom acknowledged in all member countries of the Parliamentary Assembly. However, legislation is being voted to target an opposition or a community, often under the pretext of national security or public order. Regarding more specifically the rights of LGBTIQ+ persons, I do regret the decision made to ban pride marches in Hungary, especially because the organisation of this event was an annual event for 30 years. As the General Rapporteur for LGBTI rights for PACE, I reacted to the adoption of this draft law by calling on Hungarian authorities not to promulgate this law and to honour their obligations. Moreover, our Human Rights Commissioner, Michael Flaherty, also underlined this, stating that this ban ran counter to Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights and also flew in the face of a number of decisions handed down by the court. The Pride marches are a key moment. Making such community invisible is basically reducing its rights. And we underlined this when we adopted Mr. Lecroix's report in the plenary. Let's not fight the wrong battles. These peaceful protests do not call into question the protection of children's rights. And the penalties handed down are extremely severe and completely ridiculous, in fact, up to 1 year imprisonment for the organisers and fines of €500 for the participants. Whereas with other countries, they're talking now about banning rainbow flags. We're witnessing a political weaponization of LGBTI persons' rights to distract attention away from other areas. Colleagues, the commitment to the international community is vital to defend and promote fundamental freedoms, and we have a duty to support the rights of LGBTI persons, their visibility, and most importantly of all, to resist pressure. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Kostadivska-Stochevska, and please apologize for my pronunciation.
Respected President and colleagues, Central Europe won't mind if I neglect her for 2 minutes, in my 2 minutes. Why? Because the European Union has been neglecting Western Balkans for more than 20 years. So I think that the rallies come to no surprise. We still have dictators, even though some of them are modern. Media darkness, highest level of corruption, and utmost derogation of human rights. Overly outdated judicial system that is crying for reforms. We have an eroded educational, social, health, and environmental systems, and the youth is moving out. The exodus has not stopped. And all of this is happening while we still wait, while we are imposed all these inhumane and impossible conditions for finally being part of the EU family. These protests are protests against the old system, the system that has been corrupted for more than 30 years. The system that instead of making the best of young generations, it is making them go on streets and riding bikes to come to Strasbourg to get our and your attention that we have had enough. While we wait, corruption flourishes. What has corruption done? 15 victims in Belgrade as a result of a corrupted system. 61 under 30-year-olds dead in Kočani, North Macedonia, as a result of corrupted system. This is not corruption from yesterday. This is long, old, and sick corruption. We have high-level officials in the Western Balkans in custody due to corruption. The Balkans just want the future that has been long delayed. No more conditions, no more excuses. Western Balkans have shown that they know how to fight. Even now, with hijacked media, when protesters are arrested, and when women are told how many children they must have, when journalists are told how to ask questions, and when the judicial system is under political scrutiny, it's up to us, parliamentarians from the Western Balkans, to say we are next, and we have been next for over 20 years. We want a new European system achieved by full EU integration. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Mr. Stankovic.
It's okay now. Serbia has risen, and we are sending you a message. Hear us, understand us. Serbia is a country of a kind, free, and incredibly intelligent people. Serbia is not a corrupt, radical, and manipulative regime of Aleksandar Vučić. It is that intelligence, that youth which stood up. They have walked the streets for months, resisted traps with wisdom, and now they march courageously all the way to Strasbourg. I stand with them, I admire them, and I believe you do too. On March 15, over 300,000 people filled the streets of Belgrade. This message is clear. The government has lost its legitimacy. What Serbia needs and what youth demands are free and fair elections. That's all. But as the people rise up, regime responds with violence, with a sound weapon. We will not stop, we will not be scared. We ask you to support the youth of Serbia. Welcome them, listen to the letter they carry. Understand that Serbia belongs to Europe only if Europe believes in its own values. Because if you don't stand up by them now, how will you face yourself tomorrow? I fought this regime as a student. My belief has not been changed. But now, this is not just about politics. This is about the destiny of a people who wish to live in a modern European and civilized society. And I believe that is something we all want. We are proud and good people, and never doubt that new generation is coming. And let me end with the words of Martin Luther King Jr. He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to prepare it. Thank you. Pumpai.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Tiblom.
Dear colleagues, since last November, Serbia has witnessed an unprecedented wave of mass protests following the collapse of the Novi Sad railway station canopy, which killed 15 people. Initially led by students, the protests have spread across the country to include various social groups demanding accountability, transparency, and justice. Protesters denounce the deep-rooted corruption in public institutions, which undermines the rule of law, public confidence, and the proper functioning of democracy. Some recent developments surrounding these mass protests appear to be in direct contradiction with Serbia's obligations as a member of our organization. There have been, among other things, credible reports of illegal use of sonic weapons during the mass protest on March 15th. As a member of the Council of Europe, Serbia is committed to upholding fundamental rights, the rule of law, and democratic standards as enshrined in the European Convention of Human Rights and other Council of Europe legal instruments. These include the rights to freedom of assembly and expression, which are essential to any functioning democracy and public debate. Given the fragile situation in the country, the Assembly should call on all parties to engage in constructive and inclusive dialogue. At the same time, the Serbian authorities should ensure that all citizens can freely express their political views freely and organize peacefully, without fear of harassment or intimidation. They should also address the legitimate demands of demonstrators and avoid the use of violence. As Serbia continues on its European path, it must demonstrate its commitment to protecting fundamental freedoms and fostering a political climate based on openness, accountability, and the rule of law. The Assembly, and in particular the Monitoring Committee, will be watching closely. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Bujevci to address us.
Thank you, dear Chair. Dear colleagues, the instability in Serbia has drawn Serbia's sight into destabilizing also the Republic of Kosovo. We have faced a number of attacks against our institutions. In September, over 30 parliamentarians led by Milan Radonjic, the vice president of the Serbian list, a party in Kosovo backed by Vucic, launched a terror attack in Banjska, killing a Kosovo police officer. Armed with military-grade weapons and armored vehicles, they took shelter in a monastery. This is clear evidence of coordinated militarized aggression. For these attacks, we want justice and cooperation with Serbia for extradition of those responsible for these attacks, so they face justice in Kosovo. Serbia has not only taken any steps in this direction, it hasn't even responded to the EU's call for these cooperations. Colleagues, democracy cannot exist without justice, just as normalization cannot without justice. The EU, and not only, must prioritize democratic progress over short-term stability. Stability in the Balkans depends on justice, not appeasement. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Mr. Mikovic to take the floor.
Thank you. When it comes to the protest in Serbia, I am very pleased that, unlike in the most countries that want to lecture us, in Serbia no force has been used against people. We have heard numerous made-up stories about the use of some sound cannon that was never used. Out of several thousand people, no one saw, recorded, or heard it. And after more than 25 days, none of the representatives of opposition who made up this story have provided any of evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that these protests are being organized in front of the house of people who do not want to support the protest? Do you know that people are being persecuted by the publication of photographs, names, phone numbers, and home address? Do you know that thousands of citizens have been harassed for a month with the illegal blockades of streets? Do you know that primary and secondary school are being blocked, where children being pushed into politics and forced onto the street to protest? Do you know that every day government representatives are attacked? Can you imagine stun grenades, smoke bombs being used in your parliament and opposition MPs spraying tear gas in the eyes of women? Can you imagine 3 of your female colleagues being seriously injured, including a pregnant woman whose life and the life of her baby were in danger, while another woman had a stroke and barely survived? Can you imagine that in the parliament the opposition was trying to bring in electrical shock device and knives? Yes, I know you can even imagine it. I'm glad about that, but unlike you, I don't imagine, I live it. Protests in Serbia are no longer expression in this content, but a political performance aimed at the violent change of government in the streets, with Aleksandar Vučić is the main target. However, as long as Aleksandar Vučić is the president of Serbia, that will never happen. Only the citizens of Serbia will decide in the election who will be the government and who will be the opposition. I am proud of the fact that despite everything, Serbia has shown how democracy is preserved and how peace and stability are maintained. I am confident that many of the countries will be able to follow our example, that without any use of force, violence and hundreds of beaten and arrested people, they will treat those who are protesting against that government. Finally, the color revolution is defeat. Serbia has won again. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Puljak to address us.
Thank you. To start my speech, I would like to ask Mr. Mirković, who is behind this conspiracy that you are talking about? Give us some proofs. You are saying all the time, and your government, that you have the proofs. Okay, show us the proof. And now to continue with my speech. In Serbia, students are peacefully protesting corruption that killed people, electoral fraud, political repression, and the targeting of the opposition. Their courage deserves our full support. That's why the recent visit of Commissioner Kos to Belgrade was such a disappointment. Sitting next to a leader who is persecuting students and calling that democracy sent the wrong message, especially to those who still believe in Serbia's European future. One of Serbian citizens put it, trust in the EU has diminished further. Those who truly support EU integration feel abandoned. It seems Serbia's leadership doesn't want to join the EU, and the EU doesn't seem eager to welcome it. While students are detained, wiretapped, and denied access to justice, the EU appears more focused on lithium than the other values we claim to stand for. This is not just about Serbia. This is about the credibility of the European Union. When we turn a blind eye to authoritarianism, we lose the trust of citizens who look to Europe for hope. Europe must choose. Do we stand with regimes or with people? The answer should be clear. We stand with those who fight for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Fassino to address the Assembly.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. I'll be talking Italian. Major rallies and demonstrations, as our colleague Mr. Papandreou said beforehand. These demonstrations are calling for justice, rule of law, independence for the judiciary, freedom for the media, and a fight against corruption. The demonstrators are calling for democracy rather than autocracies. And they do this while waving the European flag. There's a call for more Europe in these demonstrations. The European Union and our Council must respond to this demand. The process of European integration for Serbia has been dragging on for 22 years since the Thessalonica European Council meeting. 22 years, that's too long, far too long. During that time, calls for integration have gradually been frustrated. The only consequence of this feet-dragging, the slow process at which integration has moved forward, is that we have opened the gates of the Balkans to Russia, China, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates. But above all, we have thwarted and frustrated the legitimate aspirations of the people of Serbia who've looked to Europe with hope. Those demonstrations, primarily involving young people, tell us that Europe is still a dream for which thousands and thousands of people are willing to fight every day. Europe is a space, a place where millions of people would like to live because Europe guarantees security, peace, democracy. So, at a time in which the European Union is talking about extraordinary measures to defend its own freedom and its own security, it should pick up the pace of integration. It should open the gates of the European Union to countries of the Western Balkans. This is a choice which we can no longer afford not to take. It's become urgent.
And our next speaker is Ms. Vokshi.
Thank you. Today I attended an event titled Democracy in Danger. The question that my colleague Zanda asked to distinguished guests was how to protect democracy. In many countries, there is a rise of authoritarian leaders that questions core values of democracy and use traditional but also digital and new means. Every means to stay in power. They do not stop unless people stop them. They manipulate opinion digitally. They patronize and control voters. They intimidate and force them. They use personal data, tailored data, violate constitution, laws, conventions. They persecute and arrest opposition leaders, close in talk, control and block internet. But there is good news. Across the Balkans, Serbia, Turkey, Albania, Montenegro, Slovakia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, protesters have taken to the street against autocracies, against corruption that kills people. They protest for dignity, transparency and rule of law. They are students, farmers, teachers, doctors, pensioners, unemployed. What autocracy's regime reaction is? Beating, gas, mass gangs, cannon, arrest. Today, democracy is under assault, not only by those in power, but by silence of institutions and many governments, EU or non-EU countries. What is the EU response towards autocrats, towards regimes? Near silence. Even after police violence toward protesters, after protesters' arrest, even after women arrest, even after opposition leaders, MPs, mayors arrest, silence. At the contrary, prime ministers are being praised by EU leaders, which praise their reform. What reform? For the justice that people die without getting justice, electoral reform when corruption and organized crime money are being used to intimidate voters. Europe must not support authoritarian leaders, otherwise protesters are being abandoned. The entire generation that once believed in Europe is being abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Dorovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, 16 innocent lives were lost in Novi Sad when the roof collapsed, not by chance, but as direct result of corruption. That tragedy became a symbol of a system built on lies, fear, and theft. And that was the moment when people rose. For 5 months now, students and citizens of Serbia, with full support from opposition, have been standing tall, fighting for justice. On March 15, at a historical rally, the regime showed its true face: brutality, violence, fear of its own people. But the people are no longer afraid. Our children, modern-day pilgrims of justice, got their bicycles and rode toward Strasbourg. Their journey is a message because they cannot find justice at home. Their courage has shaken the region and the world. Europe has seen them, and Europe cannot remain silent. Their bravery shines a light on the regime's lies. It brings truth where there is darkness for the years. They are not asking for power. They are not asking for privilege. They are asking for a country where truth is not punished and crime is not rewarded. In them lies our hope, our strength, a peaceful rebellion carried by the people of Serbia and supported across the country. Today, Serbia stands at the crossroads, and we are not alone. We now look to Europe, now for not for empty words, not for silence, but for clear and loud support for those who seek not power, but justice. And at the end, Kosovo was, is, and will be part of Serbia, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Milosevic to address the Assembly.
Serbia was struck by a horrible tragedy. A canopy at Novi Sad railway station collapsed, killing 16 citizens. These lives were not lost to an accident alone, but to a deeply rooted system of corruption. Waves of protest swept across the country. Streets were blocked and the students were intentionally attacked, especially by the hit-and-run drivers. This violence led to a blockade of universities and schools. One of the most terrifying incidents occurred when a female student was brutally beaten by hooligans affiliated to a ruling party, leaving the female student with a broken jaw. The Prime Minister resigned, so as the government. Nevertheless, the repression of the government was only intensified. The violence culminated on the March 15 in Belgrade during the largest protest held to honor the victims of Novi Sad. Peaceful protestants were attacked with some kind of acoustic weapons, used intentionally to provoke chaos, stampede, and panic. To this day, no one has been held accountable. Meanwhile, people with opposite opinions, students, professors, academic leaders, members of the opposition, are targeted by regime-controlled media and government officials in the most brutal way. Serbia is now facing a deep social and political crisis. The regime's repression is increasing, so they detain people who throw in eggs and water on party officials, but not the people accountable for a tragedy. The government's reaction to protest, media which target students, oppositions and protestants, inevitably tears our society apart, which may lead to unforeseeable consequences. We are standing on the verge of escalation crisis. It is evident that the government has lost its legitimacy and there is only one peaceful path forward: the formation of transitional government with a limited mandate in order to provide all conditions for free and democratic elections. For the end, love for all students who are walking around Serbia, who are cycling thousands of miles to Strasbourg. Zahtevi nisu ispunjeni. Hvala.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Bosic to address us.
Thank you, Chair. The situation in our region is deeply interconnected with global trends. Lately, we have been hearing more and more about the term new reality. But what does that actually mean? It means that the old rules, conventions, principles, and international system are no longer respected and enforced. It suggests that those who have power now claim special rights to reshape realities for their own benefit. As a result, we are witnessing a growing rise of autocratic tendencies, not only in our region, but across Europe and the world. Autocrats are capturing democratic institutions. They are bringing the judiciary under political control, consolidating state media, silencing opposition by all means, including financial pressure, and manipulating electoral process. They win elections in environment where checks and balances have been dismantled and dissent is labeled as treason. They are not free and fair democratic elections. This is not democracy. It is a disguised form of autocracy. I speak from personal experience as someone from Bosnia and Herzegovina, specifically Republika Srpska, where we are faced with the autocrat Milorad Dodik. He consistently undermines the rule of law. Dodik's grip on power mirrors the very same autocratic traits we see elsewhere: the centralization of authority, the suppression of political dissent, and systematic attack on independent voices. So I think this institution here has a special responsibility for these cases, for the situation, the fight between autocracy and democracy that is going on. So let's be strong and do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevenson, I invite you to address the Assembly.
Chair. As we've already heard today, we've seen deeply worrying trends regarding the use of excessive force and police violence, including the use of tear gas, water cannons, rubber bullets, and as we've heard from Amnesty International reports in Serbia, the unlawful use of sonic weapons against peaceful protesters. We need to be unequivocal in our opposition to the forceful dispersing of peaceful protesters, whether that be in the Western Balkans, Central Europe, or indeed anywhere in Europe, including Western Europe, where we have also seen high-profile cases of excessive force being used against peaceful protesters, notably protesters supporting the rights of Palestinians. We have seen the criminalisation of peaceful protesters, which is having a chilling effect on the right of freedom of assembly, expression, and it serves to silence civil society. The right to protest is being undermined by authorities who are publicly using harmful language to undermine and to discredit and to criminalise peaceful protesters. I would also like to touch on the decision to ban Pride in Hungary, which I believe is a full frontal attack on the LGBTQ+ human rights and fundamental freedoms. It's a violation of the right to self-expression, peaceful assembly, and the right to be free from discrimination. And this stands in very sharp contrast to the core European values of human dignity, democracy, and equality. We've seen the crackdown on environmental human rights defenders. Human rights organisations have documented multiple cases of abuse against environmental defenders. Peaceful protesters opposing harmful mining projects in Serbia, for example, have been met with disproportionate police force and arbitrary arrests. And I believe to arrest protesters for defending fundamental environmental rights is particularly outrageous given the climate catastrophe that we are all across this world facing. There is no doubt, based on all of the interventions today, that the right to peaceful protest is under threat. It's under threat globally, both in Europe, abroad, on a global scale. And it is fundamental. It is a fundamental component to a healthy, successful democracy. And therefore, I unequivocally want to state that it must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Mr. Hollick to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, my country, Hungary, is being attacked by people who have not been there and have no idea what our legal system are. Therefore, let it be clear, Hungary is a rule of law state and assembly is free in Hungary, and it will remain so. Just now, in these moments, in Budapest, the opposition parties are demonstrating on the streets freely and closing bridges. However, it is true, we are reflecting to the woke revolution, to this new madness, and we are protecting our families and children on constitutional level. Dear colleagues, in Hungary, the children's rights take precedence over everything. Children have the right to healthy, physical, and mental development, which is protected more strongly by the Hungarian constitution than anything else. And yes, if the right of assembly and the right of the children are in collision, our legal system prefers the children's right, and we have the right to do so. It's absolutely not an unconstitutional solution. Dear colleagues, this dilemma is not a legal issue, but a moral one. And we, Hungarians, have to decide in this matter. No one should interfere in this. If you want to worry about the state of democracy, you should look at Romania, where the election results are annulled, or France, where the most likely presidential candidate is blocked from running by a fabricated trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Simonovic-Bracic to address you.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, it won't be easy in 2 minutes to give all details about protests in Serbia. Allow me to stress some points. First, these protests were not political, or they had no political articulation, although we all expected it. Namely, you must have some leaders who organize them and who will sit at the table and run a dialogue. Politicians who wanted to earn from this social discontent were brutally rejected from the students, so their role in this was surprisingly irrelevant. Requests from students become a never-ending story, making up reasons to justify further pumping. And the D-Day came on the 15th of March, the very precious day for all who believed that without elections, can overthrow current regime and the president of our republic. So 16th of March was very painful, and because of their failure, they needed to create new momentum for continuing in pumping atmosphere. That was, as you know, the legendary sound cannon. That cannon was so strong that no one put hands on its ears because that sound cannon attacked their knees and feet. If they had succeeded in their wishes, if those bloody hands was really bloody, no one would ever mention this magical sound cannon. Whole government resigned, and with that act, they took responsibility. Prosecutors and judges are working 24/7. Members of force and order demonstrated patience and great professionalism, keeping peace during protests. Social differences must be overcome. Children must be back in classrooms. Their parents must reconcile with teachers. The whole society must heal. This is a hard task now, but there is no other alternative. Our republic showed maturity, and next week we will elect a new government with new energy and strength. Order must be restored. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Patispiria to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with the following sentences. It's time for the voice of the majority to be heard, not the noise of the minority. A tragedy occurred in Serbia in Novi Sad of last year, which the opposition used in the most brutal way, protesting against the government. Serbia is the only country where force was not used against protesters, whereas the police did use it against protesters in the other European country. Every day, the blockaders and the opposition undermine the freedom of movement, freedom of opinion, and media freedom of all those who think differently. In the last few months, protests have become increasingly violent. Representatives of the government, journalists, and citizens who do not want to protest but only wish to live normally are being physically attacked. In spite of the calls from the President of Serbia, Mr. Vučić, the Prime Minister Vučević, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ana Brnabić, for dialogue, the blockaders and the opposition have rejected. Even though all the demands set by the students have been met, the blockades continue, because this has nothing to do with the tragedy in my city, Novi Sad, but with the desire to change the government on the streets and overthrow the legitimately elected President Vučić. In every democracy, there must be a dialogue, which protesters and the opposition refuse. It is okay to have your own opinion, but you do not have the rights to take away other rights. More than 230,000 students want to learn, but 100 students are blocking universities with the support of the rectors. Right to education, those students is jeopardized because of the protesting minority. I'm proud of the fact that I come from Serbia, which today teaches many countries a lesson in democracy, and that despite everything that is happening in our country, by following the policy of President Aleksandar Vučić, we have preserved peace and stability. And finally, I have a message for the citizens of Serbia. When the speeches of the opposition are the same as those of representatives from Croatia, Albania, and so-called Kosovo, it is clear whose interests they are representing. Živela Srbija!
Our next speaker is Mr. Blikra.
Thank you, Chair. The Council of Europe standards and mechanisms seek to promote and ensure respect for the human rights of every individual. This includes equal rights and dignity of all human beings, of course, also LGBTQ persons. The Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers have several times asked member states to take action to combat discrimination on ground of sexual orientation or gender identity. It should be unnecessary to remind governments that human rights are universal and shall apply to all individuals. The Hungarian government, in bright daylight and with pride, are banning pride parades. As a member of the European Council, the Hungarian government actively ignored its commitment to guarantee the equal dignity of all humans and the right to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. The Hungarian government also wants to use recognition technology to identify and arrest participants in pride parades. In a judgment in 2023, the European Court of Human Rights found that use of highly intrusive recognition technology to identify and arrest participants for taking part in peaceful protests was a violation of Article 8. Most members can have difficulties achieving the high standards of the European Council, but we try. It's a whole different story when the member state actively works against our values and the ideas we are founded on.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Arato to address us.
Assembly. Demonstrations are important not only for their purpose, but also for the democratic atmosphere, because they create a sense of community and experience. Demonstrations provide an opportunity for individuals to express their opinion and strengthen a sense of community and solidarity. The sense of mass participation and collaboration can be meaningful and uplifting for many. That is why the authoritarian regimes fear this power. Restrictions on the right of assembly, mass automatic surveillance, facial recognition, voice guns, and suspended sentences imposed on juveniles serve a single purpose: deterrence. Of course, there are false reasons, from transportation to education and to the protection of good morals, but these are only mask the simple interest of power. The right to assemble, like other fundamental rights, is not unlimited, but restrictions must be necessary and proportionate, and must be protected by appropriate procedural guarantees and cannot depend on arbitrary decisions of the authorities. I am sure they will not succeed in a long way. If there were no parliamentary assembly now, I would be on a bridge in Budapest this Tuesday as the last Tuesdays, with thousands of people to show that competition for the prejudiced votes is not a sufficient reason to restrict freedom. And as the demonstrators say, nem hagyjuk abba, we won't stop it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Chalot.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, vous me permettrez tout.
President, colleagues, first of all, allow me to commend the initiative taken by colleague George Papandreou, which is enabling us to have this very interesting debate. I'd also like to take this opportunity to answer the comments made by Hungarian comments, or reply to these comments. Just now, he was talking about a decision recently handed down by the courts, which relates to the political leader in France. And I'm the parliamentarian of a country which is certainly not perfect. It has its failings, but at least the reality in France that we have a system in which the judiciary is independent. And if you are the president or a leader of a political party, and if there is money that's been stolen from the Europeans, and this is what we're talking about, embezzlement, fraud, Madame Le Pen and her party stole 4 million euros to fund their party. Even though they're against Europe, they use the money of European taxpayers. And so all the courts have done have applied the law. And for many years, Madame Le Pen called on the law to be applied without any exceptions being made. And she also called on elected officials to be banned for life. And now, because she has been found guilty of committing fraud, she would like to not be subject to this obligation. So judiciary in France is independent. I'd like to point out, just to come back to the subject of today's debate, is that this is something we can see in the different movements in this region, is the reaction that there's been to what's been happening, that is populism, and the fact that a number of leaders have jettisoned fundamental principles, including the rule of law. We need to reaffirm this, including here within the Council of Europe, the independence of a judiciary and the free media and the lack of corruption. These, if you like, are prerequisites for the European pact and the European families to help to build this community where we have the freedom of expression and the independent judiciary and democracy. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Madame Carminali.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank George Papandreou having raised within our Assembly this whole question of democracy and human rights in the Balkans. Within our Assembly, we see this from three different viewpoints: historical and cultural solidarity in the broader sense of the world, political complementarity, and the rule of law, its values and practices. This is a region which has been characterized by the desire of certain regimes to push through authoritarian policies, where the opposition and certain minorities are at the very best tolerated, in many cases persecuted. For some weeks and months now, we've seen a series of events giving rise to both concern but also hope. We've seen young people in Serbia demonstrating against corruption in the regime, calling for respect of the rule of law. Similar demonstrations have been taking place in North Macedonia, where young people traumatized by a terrible accident. In Hungary, with demonstrations against the banning of the Pride demonstration, something for which the state of Hungary is being prosecuted in the European Court of Justice by the Commission and by 16 member states. So the Council of Europe and our Assembly have an essential role to play. We must be in a position to demonstrate that our rights are a treasure shared by all Europeans. We should support these peaceful demonstrations. We should support this citizen solidarity. I would express the profound wish that our Assembly, which defends human rights, ensure that governments don't just play winner takes all. They respect the rights of the opposition and minorities. I do hope that this Assembly will transmit this message back to all our home parliaments, and in particular to the young people in our countries, young people who are seeing the fact that states must respect the same rights for everybody. So let's all work together to ensure that we can make a better future for our young people.
All the speakers' list, which is thank you for your help there. Can I remind you that the Assembly is not asked to decide a text on this matter, but it may be referred by the Bureau to a committee for report. And I now invite George to respond. You have 3 minutes, George.
Thanks to all the colleagues for their comments. And with all due respect to my colleague Zoltan Nemet, who I know is both a decent and very capable person, what I see is a campaign, even repression, from Hungary to the United States against diversity, against migrants, against minorities, labeling them as a threat, criminalizing peaceful protests. But the real threat is the concentration of power, control of free media, taking power from local governments, corruption, which has killed people in my country and others. Our real threat is to use these scapegoats to divide, to use these to create mechanisms of repression and persecution and emergency measures simply to maintain power or one-party rule and inequality and injustice. What I see is a wide frustration around the world, and it's so easy to target the wretched of the earth, the refugees and the migrants. It's easy to target minorities and LGBTQ. But do we have the courage to target the real power? Do we have the courage to point out the real power that is undermining our democracy? Those who want to control our institutions, who want to control our media, who control our digital platforms, who want profit over common welfare, who choose to silence us over dialogue or promote hatred over community. The global and local oligarchs and autocrats, they do not want democracy. They do not want taxes. They do not want any checks on their power or even pay for their corrupt practices. And yes, Europe has been too silent, as we are seeing the growth of the hybrid managed democracy, a democracy in name, but not in soul. And let me conclude talking to my fellow Balkans. I am proud, and we all should be proud, to hear the message of these young voices. Because what they are saying is, we are not waiting for Europe. We are not waiting for some protector power or some savior. We're not looking for big brothers. This is our time and our responsibility. We are fighting for these values because they are ours. We may be Serbian, we may be from North Macedonia, from Greece, from Turkey, from Bulgaria, from Montenegro, from Albania, from Bosnia-Herzegovina, or from Hungary. But these are our values, and they unite us. They are differences, yes, but that is not traitors, as someone implicated. That is creating a real European future based on our values. And this is how we must defend our future, not through weapons, but through conviction. Not by choosing sides, but uniting across religions and languages. Not by asking favors, looking for saviors, but empowering our citizens. This is what I think the message of these protests are. We must respect them, we must work with them, we must protect them, because we are protecting our democracy and the existential threats we are facing today as Europeans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, the next item of business is a debate on the report titled Modification of Various Provisions of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure, and it will be presented by Ms. Kravchuk on behalf of the Committee of Rules and Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs. Ms. Kravchuk, you have 7 minutes to address the Assembly now, 3 minutes to wind up at the end, and I invite you now to address us.
Let's start, Mr. Chair. I think everyone is seated now. Dear colleagues, I feel very privileged today since most of the people in this assembly had 2 minutes to speak, and I have 7 minutes as rapporteur. But obviously, there are so many people who spoke and still want to speak at this late hour that I will try to be as short as possible. Of course, it's not the first time we modify the rules and procedures of this assembly, and obviously we will do this this year or next year, so it's the constant process. And obviously, in here or in our parliaments where we serve as members of parliament, the rules how we work should be as clear as possible, and we should be able to exercise them and not to be too complicated to even, for example, fill some of the positions. So basically these changes to the rules of procedures, they they tackle a few points, few main points, and actually they make the life of members of the assembly not maybe easier, but actually easier to fill some of the positions that now are sleeping, as to say. But I would like to start with the topic of youth rapporteurs, and basically why I volunteered as a rapporteur for this, because I wanted to sort of fast track and finish the process that was that we started was the resolution that actually introduced this position of a youth rapporteur. And finally, thanks to the leadership of Secretary General as well, Dear Despina is with us, we made the changes through the administrative level, and Bureau accepted and supported them. And now with these amendments, we finally put this mark, and hopefully in June you will see the start of the work of youth rapporteurs in all of the committees that will except of the judges selection committee. They will contribute to the debate. They will analyze the resolutions that are being prepared by this assembly, and I'll tell why it's so important. Because youth is starting to stop believing in democracy. Can you imagine that? And that is very sad. So engagement of young people, showing them that we care in this house of democracy about their needs, their ideas, it's extremely, extremely important. And of course, it's also the matter of communication. We should communicate the way young people would understand us. But this cooperation, I think, will enrich the work of the Assembly. And also, we are implementing some other changes that this Assembly took in the following the resolution on civil society and the Parliamentary Assembly. And we are an open house to NGOs, to civil society. And of course, we will need to work on the code of conduct for interest representatives. It will be undertaken later when the approach has been developed towards the end of this year. Another change concerns the basically two separate gender quotas that we had for appointment of vice presidents of this assembly, and some small delegations could not actually fill the positions, and they were discriminated in the comparison of the bigger delegations. But I do believe that gender equality and the empowerment of women is very important. So I do propose a slight different approach that will actually make this, will eliminate this discrimination against the small delegation, but we will see women in the leadership of this assembly. And also, I propose amending the criteria for appointment of chairpersons and vice chairpersons to committees and subcommittees. You might see in the list of your committees some sleeping positions, especially if it's the third vice chair of the committee. So I propose to basically not have any barriers of vice chair of one committee to become a vice chair another committee straight after the term is over. And also I propose to have the time limit for a departing chairperson to 2 years. Also, some of the technical amendments are proposed about the work of networks, alliances, and platforms, about the urgent debate relating to a statutory opinion, but also to ensure that monitoring committee can be represented in the Venice Commission. Thank you so much, and we'll have a short debate, and hopefully it will be supported by all of the groups, as it was unanimously supported at our committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. We now come to the speakers on behalf of the political groups. Can I remind colleagues it is 2 minutes. Please keep your remarks to 2 minutes. There's a very long debate to come after our debate is finished. And I now invite Ms. Gaziran on behalf of the Alliance and Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to thank the committee and the rapporteur for its thorough work on the proposed modifications to the Assembly's rules. This is sensitive and important exercise, one that goes to the heart of how this institution functions and presents itself to the public we serve. We particularly welcome the inclusion and engagement of the youth rapporteur in this process. It's not only symbolic, it is essential that young people's voices are involved in shaping democratic standards of our institutions. I am myself a youth rapporteur of this particular committee, and I highly value the importance of the position. In this regard, we strongly support the provision aimed at making it easier for the civil society to engage within the work of the Assembly. Strengthening the channels through which NGOs and other actors can attend and contribute to the sessions bring our debates closer to the citizens and increases transparency. Opening the doors to the civil society is not only the matter of democratic accountability, it is an opportunity to enrich our work with the lived experience from across our member states. As a liberal and democratic political family member, I am firmly committed to highlighting and maintaining high standards of inclusion, transparency, and equality in our rules and procedures. In this spirit, I highly support the decision offered by the committee to nominate 3 persons, out of which 2 female and 1 male, for the position of the vice chair. Let us ensure that any procedural reform reflects not only institutional efficiency, but also our deep and unwavering commitment to inclusion, equality, and democratic integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ms. Castel of the United European Left.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I congratulate the rapporteur for this report. We as a group are especially proud that the Assembly has taken a bold step to deepen youth engagement in its work. The introduction of youth rapporteurs across our general committees ensures that younger generations are no longer just observers, but active contributors. These young members will bring vital perspective to our reports and discussion, enriching our debates and ensuring our decisions are more forward-looking. Their 2-year mandates, renewal ones, come with clear ethical standards and the same expectations we apply to all rapporteurs, showing that we take their contributions seriously. This is not about inclusion, it is about preparing the next generation to take democratic responsibility and carry our values into the future. We also strongly encourage our committees to seek engagement with a broad and diverse range of voices, particularly those from civil society working directly in our thematic areas. A truly balanced and representative understanding of these issues we address cannot emerge from institutional perspective alone. It is by listening to the voices of grassroots organizations, minority communities, youth representatives, etc., even experts from underrepresented regions and those directly impacted by our policies that we enrich the quality and legitimacy of our work. These exchanges, whether through hearings, informal meetings with rapporteurs, or broader consultations, offer essential insights that challenge assumptions, uncover blind spots, and ensure our deliberations reflect the full spectrum of experiences across Europe. To avoid, I am finalizing, bias and ensure fairness, committees should adopt transparent criteria for selecting interlocutors, actively seek contrasting viewpoints, and strive for geographic, gender, and socioeconomic diversity in participation. So thank you again to the rapporteur for this work and the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Ms. Kutcher of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the rapporteur. I know you've put in a lot of work onto this report. I am very pleased to see the youth rapporteur's proposal finally take shape, as is the rest of my group. And in the limited time that I have, I would also like to focus specifically on the youth perspective. Every organization around the world needs to update itself or risk losing its impact and relevancy. The same applies to the Parliamentary Assembly, especially when one of the biggest challenges we face as a society is the disillusionment of young people. And it was one of my first impressions when I first became a member of this Parliamentary Assembly some 3 years ago, that there needs to be a better integration of younger parliamentarians in the work that we do and have the youth perspective take center stage, truly. Not just as a token, not just as a figure, but as the memorandum rightly notes, youth rapporteurs must also be empowered to liaise with the youth sector within the Council of Europe umbrella, who do an amazing job, by the way. I feel very lucky to have worked with the youth department in a small degree in my time here, but now I feel that we need to take our collaboration up a notch. I also believe that youth rapporteurs need to be empowered and should seek engagement with civil society and youth organizations as well. They have to be ambassadors of our principles, and I do look forward to working as youth rapporteur within the monitoring committee, and I feel that it is a major privilege to be doing so. And obviously later this year as well, we will have the 10th Conference of Ministers responsible for youth taking place in Malta, which also marks an exciting time, I think, for youth participation and empowerment across our continent. This Parliamentary Assembly cannot take for granted how dangerous it is for young people to be so disenchanted by politics and democracy, despite various calls to action, even at a Council of Europe level. We must keep working, and actually we are duty-bound to ensure that young people remain hopeful and optimistic in their own future and in this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Monsieur Bricot of the European People's Party.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President. I too would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the rapporteur on excellent work, and also the chair of the Rules Committee, Committee on Rules, Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs. Thank you so much for organising this very constructive debate, and I think it's really in our mutual interest to have this discussion. As we know, we're talking about an assembly that is a living body, and it can't just work with rules that were established maybe 50 years ago or 60 years ago. We have to adapt. We have to move with the times. And as our colleague pointed out quite rightly, we have now the participation of youth, and that is key. It is key as we speak, because we tend to often find young people at one remove from our political institutions, so bringing them in is a good thing. We also, of course, have reference here to the agreements made at the Reykjavik summit. I think it's good. We have recalled also all the constant work done by the Council of Europe since this very important last summit. That's important. I mean, it might seem invisible, but I think it will actually change our lives, our everyday lives, and therefore I would like to thank you very much indeed, and we fully support the text. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker in the political groups is Mr. Gornachenko of the European Conservatives.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, how do you think, how many people are watching now our meeting on YouTube? I just opened, it's 20. I think it's not enough. I think we're here discussing really serious things, but I think we don't have enough people following us. I think we should do something with this. I think we should think about new rules and other ideas. It's normal. Our organization is already many years. We need to follow all the trends. We need to be interesting. We need to concentrate on work with people, with all respect, not with NGOs. People, Europeans, that should be our focus. We need to work with them. We need to be on the front lines. We need to be in the places where we are needed. We shouldn't be afraid of this. That's very important. We need to speak about democracy. We're here to protect democracy. Today, democracy is under attack in the whole world. You see, democracy is declining. We need to support it. We need to protect it. But we need to think about democracy, first of all, in our member states. With all respect, not in Gaza. But here, in our member states, we need to protect democracy, because there are a lot of problems with democracy in our own countries, including even here in the country we are physically in Strasbourg. And I think if we would discuss now these issues, if we would discuss the most acute questions, then it would be not 20 people, but 20,000, maybe 200,000 people who will watch us, follow, and our influence would be much bigger. And it can happen. My friends, I just want to address all of you. Let's do it in this way. We need to be more visible. We need to work more with people. We need to protect democracy. This is our main goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now invite Mr. Kamelchuk to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Dear Chairman, distinguished colleagues, today our discussion goes beyond procedural reform. It reaffirms our core principles: democracy, accountability, and human rights. These rules amendments come at a decisive moment in European history, addressing not only internal efficiency, but our collective response to urgent crises such as Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine. Allow me to underline several key points crucial both for Ukraine and all European democracies. First, our firm stance against aggression. By clearly condemning violations of international law, we reaffirm aggression must never be normalized or overlooked. Second, strengthening our power to sanction or exclude delegation supporting unlawful actions safeguards the legitimacy of this assembly. This ensures our values cannot be undermined internally by those who violate them externally. Third, establish an independent ethic body is essential. Amid growing threats of corruption and foreign influence, especially targeting vulnerable democracies like Ukraine, we must uphold the highest standards of integrity. Fourth, the introduction of emergency procedures enables swift action during crises. Bureaucracy should never delay responses when human lives and rights are at stake. Fifth, aligning our rules with democratic norms and transparency is foundational, not merely procedural. These values are central to Ukraine's European future and are at the heart of what we are fighting for today. And finally, empowering youth participation in democratic processes is vital. Their innovation, moral clarity, and courage to fight injustice are indispensable. Supporting meaningful youth engagement strengthens democracy across Europe.
Thank you. Ms. Kravchuk, as rapporteur, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for kind words, especially putting forward the importance of communication with young people and the role of youth rapporteurs. By the way, here we had 3 youth rapporteurs speaking already, Sona, Naomi, and myself, because I'm youth rapporteur for the Cultural Committee, so it's the first start during the debates. And of course, I do value all the comments on communication, on the participation of civil society. And closing up, I would like to thank Secretariat for tremendous work. It was the most fast-tracked report I've done in this assembly. Thank you for this, and thanks for our committee chair, Madam Engelhardt, because she's done a great, tremendous job, and basically it's her final session in this assembly. So thank you for leading this committee.
Thank you very much. Madam Engelhardt, as chair of the committee, you would like to address the Assembly, you're most welcome to do so.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, good evening. Clear, consistent and effective parliamentary rules of procedure are essential to the effective and fair functioning of our parliamentary assembly and of our democracies. These latest changes to the Parliamentary Assembly's rules of procedure are crucial to revitalize youth engagement, not only in the work of our assembly, but more generally in our democratic life. Young people and youth perspectives are essential for our future, and as such, we need to continue to strive to seek improved youth engagement in our democratic institutions. The package of change relating to youth rapporteurs and the PACE youth participation mechanism are excellent new development in this regard. The Assembly's engagement with civil society is similarly vital to bring fresh and informed ideas and perspectives into the work of the Assembly. It is important to ensure that the Assembly and its committees continue to seek to engage with a diverse range of civil society actors. This report is the beginning of enhanced efforts in this regard as part of wider work under the aegis of the Secretary General's roadmap on engagement with civil society. Other changes that we are making today are more targeted and specific, but nonetheless vital to the effective functioning of the Assembly. It is, for example, important to ensure that gender balance is respected in appointing members to significant roles in the Assembly, such as Vice President of the Assembly, whilst ensuring that the mechanisms used do not unduly or differently affect smaller delegations. It is also essential for the effective functioning of the Assembly to ensure that there are sufficient number of eligible members for the roles of chairperson and vice chairperson of committees and subcommittees. Other changes in this report similarly aim to improve the smooth running of Assembly business. I would like to thank the rapporteur for her thoughtful work in the finding practical, balanced solutions to all of these delicate issues. I would also like to thank the committee for their constructive contributions to discussions on these issues. Dear President, dear colleagues, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Heike. The debate is closed, dear colleagues. The Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs has presented a draft resolution to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16-137. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Adopted. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Putting an End to Collective Expulsions of Aliens, document 16-135, presented by Mr. Alain on behalf of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. We must conclude this debate by 8 p.m. I call now Mr. Alain Frides. Alain, you are very experienced. You know by heart now that you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. When you are ready, please take the floor.
Monsieur le President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, all of our countries have signed up to the European Convention on Human Rights. It's a founding text and it brings us common values: human rights, rule of law, democracy. Furthermore, it is one that we have to commit to. In accordance with Article 4 of Protocol number 4 of the European Convention on Human Rights, collective expulsions of foreigners are formally prohibited. This is also an obligation that you'll find in EU law in pursuance of Article 19 of the EU's Charter of Fundamental Rights. Basing myself on the wording of a ruling handed down by the court, one could define collective expulsions as any measure on foreigners as a group, forcing them to leave a country except in cases where such measures are taken on the basis of a reasonable and objective examination of the specific circumstances of each of the foreigners who form part of that group. Our Assembly and the Court have recalled how important it is to have an individualised examination each time, looking at the personal situation of the individual and family situation. This is essential, and this procedure must abide by certain rules, certain requirements. For instance, the availability of legal counsel and an interpreter where necessary. When dealing with a foreign person who is seeking help and protection in a country, you must have an equitable and effective individual examination of his or her case. you must take into account the grounds for that person's presence, the distress they might find themselves in, and possible threats against that person. Also, of course, there needs to be the possibility of addressing the matter to a court, to a judge, and suspending or staying any measures that are intended. Furthermore, in the case of a return, it is also essential that the country to which the person is sent is genuinely a safe third country. But the existence of a list of such countries is not in itself a reason or a legitimate ground for refusing an asylum application. Dear friends, the rules are clear, and our countries have all signed up to the Convention and have therefore committed themselves to respecting these rules. But the reality is more complex and more worrying. All European countries that find themselves on the migratory paths that are taken by migrants, by refugees and by asylum seekers are practicing, to a greater or lesser extent, collective expulsions. We've seen what the Commission on Human Rights has to say about this. We've heard from NGOs, we've heard from the victims themselves. And we therefore know that the situation is not as it should be. The European Court of Human Rights often has to handle cases that have to do with such circumstances in different member states of the Council of Europe. Over the last 10 years, I've had an opportunity to travel throughout our continent and deal with this subject. For instance, 3 years ago, when I dealt with pushbacks, refoulement. Very often, in fact, what this is tantamount to is collective expulsion. The Greek islands, the border between Poland and Belarus, the Calais jungle, the border between Bosnia-Herzegovina and Croatia, I've been able to see what circumstances the victims find themselves in. Furthermore, my colleagues have tabled reports which have also helped me gain better knowledge of this situation, in particular the mission that was sent to southern Italy recently, as well as the assessment that took place in Tenerife and in Madrid. That was in January last, with a view to drafting a report on this subject. So, broadly speaking, I would say that my impression is positive when it comes to the way in which migrants and refugees are dealt with in the Canaries and in Spain. Over the course of the years, I've often heard, with the exception of Spain, people getting a slight shift in the way in which they use discourse in this particular area. They will say there's no illegal migration. Every foreigner has the right to request help and protection in another country, but what they will say is that they're irregular migration, in other words, migration outside of border posts or airports. Now, you know that not everybody has a Swiss diplomatic passport like I do. Apart from Azerbaijan, like many of you, I actually am fortunate enough to be able to travel pretty much anywhere without a problem. But those who are the poorest of the poor, those who are fleeing, those who are fighting for their survival, aren't so fortunate. They try to use official channels, but often they find themselves faced with pushbacks systematically. Also, this problem of collective expulsions and more broadly the issue of tens of thousands of migrants coming to Europe on a regular basis is a real problem for the countries of southern Europe, around the Mediterranean, and also all the countries that are on the migratory paths of these individuals. No country is really spared. All countries have to face considerable challenges. That, of course, does not in any way justify or excuse any bad practices or any violation of the standards of the European Convention of Human Rights. And there are countries in the centre of Europe, the north of Europe, they're not there to judge or to condemn. They should be mindful of the fact that there needs to be a fair burden sharing, if I may use those terms. And I think that that is very much the purpose of the recent EU pact on migration, as well as our Migration Committee, which has for years been calling for greater solidarity between European states, solidarity vis-à-vis those countries that are in the front line when it comes to migratory challenges. We will, of course, assess the new pact depending on its outcome. We want to make sure that the rights of migrants and refugees are respected, that they are dealt with dignity and with respect, and that Europe doesn't become a fortress Europe. Let us now look at a specific situation. In a report entitled Instrumentalized Migration Pressure on the Borders of Latvia, Lithuania and Poland with Belarus, our Assembly was faced with a new problem. It had to do with the use or utilization of irregular migration for the purposes of a hybrid war. As early as 2021, the Minsk authoritarian regime attracted people, promising them facilitated migration towards Western Europe. They particularly attracted people from the Near East. Originally, they were welcomed, but then things turned sour and they were pushed brutally towards the frontier, a frontier that was pretty hermetically sealed, in fact. The intentions of the power of Belarus was, of course, to destabilize both Poland and the Baltic states. The people were arrested, they were pushed back by the local authorities, and many migrants and refugees found themselves in a hostile no man's land. In its conclusions in this report, the Assembly, of course, called out any kind of instrumentalization or weaponization of migrants, refugees and asylum seekers by states for political ends. It also noted that the very first victims of these so-called hybrid attacks were the migrants and the refugees themselves. Rather than addressing these matters with the states responsible for this instrumentalization, i.e. Belarus and probably Russia, the states responded in a different way. They decided to sanction vulnerable individuals, and some of them even died. The Assembly deplored the fact that whilst we could understand that there was need to protect national security and borders, that these expulsions still took place. Now, the concept of instrumentalization of migration cannot justify a derogation from the general standards when it comes to asylum and human rights. The principle of non-refoulement is an absolute principle, as is the obligation to look at each individual case individually before any decision is taken, even to return that person to his or her country of origin. Dura lex sed lex. I conclude 2 essential points. It is very important to find legal migration pathways. And secondly, it is very important for us to make sure that in these places of migration we show full respect for human rights as perfectly as we possibly can. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I call now our colleagues on behalf of the political groups, and first in my list is Manuel Fernandez from the United European Left.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Collective expulsions flout several fundamental principles enshrined in the European Convention, which safeguards the dignity and human rights of each individual. However, despite this ban under the Convention, these practices continue in Europe with tragic human consequences. As a guarantor of these rights, we are duty-bound to act. All people are entitled to their dignity, and states must protect them against ill-treatment, torture, or sexist or sexual violence. In its 2022 resolution, the Assembly recalled the link between this ban on collective expulsions, the principle of non-refoulement, and the absolute prohibition of torture. However, we cannot deny that this practice has all too often led to multiple tragedies. France has availed itself of this prohibited practice, particularly in its overseas territories, notably in Mayotte, and France has been found guilty by the European Court in the case of Mustahi against France. And in this case, collective expulsion led to the separation of a father from his children, as well as the illegal detention of those children. Yes, we must act, and Pierre-Alain Fride's report sounds the alarm, and we in our group, the United European Left, would like to congratulate the rapporteur on the high quality of his work, which we fully support. We cannot turn a blind eye to these violations of fundamental rights, and all too often they concern children and unaccompanied minors, whereas we must protect the best interests of children in all circumstances, and we cannot now divide people. Thank you very much. This is a question of humanity.
On behalf of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats, Baroness Sami Chakrabarti.
Mr. President, colleagues, I'm an Afghan and I'm a prisoner of the Gulag. I'm a refugee in a crowded boat foundering off the coast of Vietnam. I'm a Laotian, a Cambodian, a Cuban, and a Mosquito Indian in Nicaragua. I, too, am a potential victim of totalitarianism. Not my words, but those of another president, Ronald Reagan, visiting Germany 40 years ago. I choose them to highlight that treating asylum seekers, refugees, indeed all migrants, with a modicum of dignity was non-partisan for most of the post-war period. That's unsurprising given the horrific events that inspired the creation of the Refugee Convention, this Council, and the Convention and Court that have made it the most effective human rights protection mechanism in world history. This excellent report isn't about open borders. It's about treating people as individual human beings with stories and circumstances that warrant anxious scrutiny and due process, according to common decency and well-established international law before removing them from a territory. They are not items of freight to be transported en masse, as in the atrocities of previous centuries. More recently, the previous UK government, led by a child of migrants like me, experimented in a now notorious and failed policy of attempted forced mass transportation of asylum seekers, including genuine refugees to Rwanda. Surely the Council of Europe working together can do better. Support the report.
Thank you, Sami. On behalf of the European People's Party, Katia Polidori. Katia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will continue in Italian. Grazie.
Thank you very much indeed, Rapporteur. Thank you very much indeed for all of your work. Notwithstanding that gratitude, allow me to make the following comments. The principle of non-refoulement is a fundamental principle of international law which was enshrined in the Geneva Convention on Refugees in 1951 and provides for an absolute ban on the refoulement and on collective expulsions. As members of the Council of Europe, this principle has been developed in the case law of the European Court on Human Rights and is also part of the legal order of our countries. And EU laws also enshrine procedures relating to asylum and immigration and fully respect the principle of non-refoulement. So we have a number of guarantees. We have an EU pact, and when people arrive in our countries, they are informed in language they can understand that they may apply for asylum, and all situations have to be assessed individually in order to identify the vulnerability and needs for protection. Border management in Europe has evolved in recent years and is based on these guarantees, whereby we have an asylum system in a country of first landing, and we will continue to afford those guarantees. They are contained in our most recent proposals. So, although I would like to thank the rapporteur for all his work, in our eyes, this resolution is redundant and is not respectful of all of the hard work that has been done by countries on the front line, and many members of the Assembly, therefore, will not be able to support it.
Thank you, Katia. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Dmitro Natalouka.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, unfortunately, this report, along with its recommendation, does not seem to strengthen the rule of law. On the contrary, it risks to undermine it. One might argue that we are witnessing not a principled human rights work, but lawfare, the weaponization of international legal norms to undermine legitimate state sovereignty and paralyze legitimate border control. Because let's be honest, Europe's borders are under attack, and not by migrants per se, but by regimes that use those migrants as tools of hybrid warfare. Belarus orchestrates migration flows to destabilize Poland and the Baltics. Russia, through its role in Syria and the Middle East and manipulation of migration routes, applies pressure on Europe's external borders. And yet, this report seeks to tie the hands of sovereign states, to deny them their sacrosanct right to protect their borders. It presents the legal fiction of non-entry and border screening procedure as human rights violations. Yet, these are pragmatic tools of statecraft and not abuses. The EU Pact on Migration is not a threat. It's an attempt at restoring order to a broken system. Even the European Court of Human Rights in Hlafia versus Italy clearly stated the collective expulsion does not occur where there is a reasonable and objective examination of each individual case. This quote alone dismantles the report's absolutist framing. It leaves space for national discretion in emergency scenarios. But the report ignores that balance. It implies that any group return, even during a coordinated wave engineered by a hostile power, is illegal. This is not legal logic. This is idealism turned against our own security. The recommendation, meanwhile, calls for a Council of Europe toolbox that risks further entrenching of this legal absolutism. The new division of migration and refugees, if guided by this text, will become a center for institutionalized overreach and not pragmatic support. That is why this report is unamendable. It is detached from operational reality, it's blind to geopolitical threats, and corrosive to public trust. The Conservative Group will oppose it in full. We defend human rights, but we also defend borders, sovereignty, and the right of nations to protect themselves.
Thank you, Dmitro. On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, Michael German.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't accept, of course, that analysis which we've just heard of this report. It is a disturbing report. It unsurprisingly shows that all member countries of the Council of Europe are struggling to find solutions to the large movement of people across our continent. But while the report itself is hard-hitting and pulls no punches, it provides some powerful steps to assisting countries to meet their human rights and international legal obligations. The report points out that the practice of collective expulsions is continuing and in some cases increasing. It points out the deficiencies in the systems of assessing people's claims for asylum. That's long timescales, inadequate support, and the shortage of personnel. And as a consequence of some of these deficiencies, some member states are looking at the ECHR to see whether they can at least stretch it or sidestep its requirements. And that in particular relates to Article 3, 4, and 8 of the ECHR. And that's why this Assembly must be clear in its response. Those countries who challenge the scope of the ECHR, having signed up to it, must follow its requirements. And the issue of treating each asylum seeker as an individual is critical to ensuring that they can exercise the rights that they have, rights which are enshrined in the work of this body. Of course there are necessary improvements. The long process of determining asylum seeker claims, which results in ever-increasing amounts of public money. It's unsustainable. The resolution before us points to solutions: better training, getting timescales down by better data collection, and reducing the cost to taxpayer by allowing people to work as soon as possible. This resolution upholds human rights. It upholds democracy, upholds the rule of law. And that's why this resolution has this as its underpinning. We must be very, very careful not to backslide on our reason for existing as an organization.
Thank you, Lord German. Now I give the floor to Sandra Zampa.
Grazie Presidente. Ringrazio molto il collega Alain.
Thank you very much indeed, President. I'd like to thank our colleague Alain for this wonderful report and the conclusions he has drawn. It's as though borders mattered more than people. And if that is true, then the consequence would be a possibility for collective expulsions. But crossing a border, regardless of the reason a person crosses a border, often for dramatic reasons, but doing so constitutes an offence. So, the language that we use as politicians, these people then become illegals. But anybody who lives on this planet, no human being can be considered to be illegal. That is why we have to look at borders in terms of their value, but also the inviolability of a human life, and look at what is now happening in the West, even amongst those countries which have adopted and even drafted the European Convention on Human Rights, indeed something of which they were very proud. Now, Pierre-Alain Fride's report makes a number of proposals, namely putting an end to the collective expulsion of aliens and rather restoring to their rightful place as subjects protected under international law. That is the only way that we will be able to face the challenges that we have on a variety of different continents, in the knowledge that a certain number of limits must never be exceeded.
Jean-Philippe Libisky is next.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, Mr. Pierre-Alain Fride's report titled Putting an End to Collective Expulsion of Aliens would have been an important and comprehensive contribution to a critical discussion a few years ago. Unfortunately, today, that is not so longer the case. The situation has changed because in Eastern European countries, such as Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, illegal immigration has become a tool of political manipulation, a means of waging hybrid warfare against our nations by the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. No bombs are falling on our countries today, but our Belarusian and Russian neighbors are pursuing the same strategic goals as in Ukraine, this time through the professional orchestration of illegal immigration in order to destabilize and violate our eastern borders. That is why, regrettably, we must combat this phenomenon with all the means at our disposal. We must send a clear message. This tactic will not succeed. Unfortunately, Mr. Fride's report fails to adequately distinguish between these realities. In doing so, it risks providing Russia and Belarus with a formal pretext to continue their hostile actions against us. Moscow and Minsk will undoubtedly welcome this. Therefore, in its current form, I regret that I cannot support this report. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Jean-Philippe, have you finished? Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we're going to Marcos Curia.
Grazie.
Thank you, President. We haven't put down any amendments because we reject this report in its entirety, and it's not because we are in favor of collective expulsions. Rather, we are opposed to it because this is something that's already provided for under international law. And if there are violations, then the European Court intervenes. So it really is redundant, superfluous to do reports on what is blindingly obvious. I mean, there's no point doing a report saying that we shouldn't kill women and children. I mean, that is obvious and something which is already sanctioned by the law. So this report is not so much against collective expulsions, but rather seeks to make it impossible for us to expel any illegal migrants. There is no reference in the report to regular migration. Rather, this is an appeal for us just to let anyone in. And it suffices to read the report to realize that paragraph 16.2, for example, talks about the need to challenge court rulings to determine whether the procedures have been properly followed. And then para 17.1, which talks about making sure in the case of collective expulsions, that migrants should have effective access to regular migration pathways to states. And then in paragraph 3, it talks about declarations and state authorities apparently writing falsehoods. And then it also says that the Parliamentary Assembly welcomes the initiative of certain member states who have chosen to guarantee to host refugees in accordance with international law. I mean, it doesn't say which they are and which they aren't. I mean, for all those reasons, we cannot agree with this report.
Ahead on Area is next. Rea, have you inserted your buds?
Perdón.
I apologise. Thank you very much to the rapporteur for a serious, measured and balanced report. And as far as I can tell, it's raised some suspicions in some groups. And there are some who don't want to deal with the topic at all. I think it shows, once again, that these are not good times when it comes to freedoms, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to rights. Really, this report shouldn't be necessary because collective expulsions are prohibited. We've agreed that. It is absolutely clear. The fact that we do have a report means that we have a problem. Some people seem to be supporting this, in fact. We have the EU pact on migration and asylum. Personally, I'm not really reassured by it, and I'm certainly not reassured by some people's interpretation of it. I'd like to repeat a number of points that other speakers have made already, but I think they bear repeating. First of all, an individual is not a commodity. Every individual has the right to be dealt with dignity, individually, allowed to explain themselves, to talk about their circumstances, and they're entitled to ask for protection. As a human being, nobody should be instrumentalized, neither by external elements. I mean, we've talked about Belarus, but we could also talk about Morocco, just by way of an example, nor should they be instrumentalized by internal elements. And here I'm referring to the extreme right discourse. And the migrants really shouldn't be paying for all of this. And over and beyond protection of our borders, protection of our national security, which, as we know, does not depend on migration, we have dignity, human dignity and rights. They prevail over these other rights. Let's not forget that international law, humanitarian law, must be complied with. We can't end up with a situation where we have no man's lands, where we actually stop people from entering our borders. Nor can we have so-called third countries that are so-called safe countries when they allow us not to grant asylum or indeed to externalise our borders. And we know that migrants pay the price for this. Look at the closure of the borders in France. So what we need is a common policy that is based on solidarity, based on shared responsibility. We must put an end to any abuses, unlawful actions, harassment and violation of rights. They should not be allowed to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Nerea. Dennis Begits is next.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. First, I want to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Frides, for a strong and clear report. This is a topic that touched me deeply, not only as a politician, but as a human being. I came to Sweden as a young person from a country that fell into war. I know what it means to seek protection, not knowing where your loved ones is, not knowing if they are alive or dead. I also know how important it is to be seen as an individual and not just a part of some statistic. This is why it pains me to see that collective deportations still take place in Europe. Collective expulsion goes against our core values, against the principle of rule of law, against the European Convention on Human Rights, and most of all, against human dignity. As a social democrat, I believe in solidarity. I believe that every person has a unique value and must be treated accordingly. We know that migration is a challenge, yes, but it must never be used as an excuse to bypass legal safeguards. This is not about being naive or allowing ourselves to be manipulated. It's about holding firm to our principles, even when the wind is strong. I believe European strength lies exactly there, in our ability to protect the rights of the individuals, especially when it is difficult. Let me be clear. No one should be deported without having had their case properly assessed. No one should be sent back to prosecution, violence, or war without us taking full responsibility. This is why this report is important. That's why I support it. Not just as a document, but as a reminder of what it means to be European and human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Denis. Marek Borowski, you're next.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President. I'm going to speak French. Without the shadow of a doubt, this report shows a great degree of humanism, an awareness of the situation that pertains to refugees, and I fully respect that. However, there are many formulations in there, many conclusions in this report that I cannot accept, because I'm really sorry to have to say this, but they are detached from reality as far as I can tell. Poland grants asylum to individuals who are subject to persecution. We've granted asylum to thousands of Belarusians and Russians who were fleeing persecution by the regimes of Lukashenko and Putin. However, the situation right now is completely different. Russia and Belarus have been hit by painful sanctions, and therefore they can't really use proper arms or weapons against the West, and therefore instead of that they are using specific arms, and by that I mean migrants. Tens of thousands of migrants are brought to Moscow and to Minsk, and then they're put on a bus and they're taken by bus to the border between Poland and Belarus. If we were to open up this migratory channel, and that is in a way what the report suggests, then Lukashenko and Putin will make sure that it's not just tens of thousands of migrants, but hundreds of thousands of migrants that will be brought in using that route. Over the course of the last decade, we've seen an uncontrolled influx of immigrants into Europe, and this has led to a considerable surge of support for nationalist, xenophobic, and most importantly, anti-European political parties, often also pro-Russian political parties. We're therefore faced with a difficult dilemma. On the one hand, we have the provisions of the UN Convention on Refugees, and on the other, we have the need to guarantee democratic order here in Europe and to guarantee security for our citizens. The problem is that these conventions are now several decades old. These conventions are no longer in sync with today's reality, I would argue. This report proposes a number of solutions, but they are solutions from a time gone by, and I think we have to look for other solutions, one that are adapted to the new geopolitical situation. And therefore, with all due respect for Mr. Friede, I'm afraid I shall be voting against the adoption of this report. Thank you.
Victoria Tiblum, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Today we're asked to consider the idea of putting an end to collective expulsions of aliens. But let's take a step back and ask, why should we? Collective expulsions allow nations to maintain sovereignty, protect their borders, and ensure security. Without them, governments are left dealing with prolonged legal battles, overwhelmed infrastructure, and the strain of processing each case individually. Mass expulsions serve a crucial purpose. They deter illegal immigration, send a strong message against uncontrolled migration, and uphold national interests. If countries lose this tool, they risk being overwhelmed by individuals who may not meet the criteria for asylum or legal residency. While some argue that collective expulsions disregard individual rights, we must also consider the rights of citizens whose nations bear the consequences of uncontrolled migration. For example, there is the transit route that goes via Western Russia to border areas in Finland and Norway. These affected countries have often felt it necessary to resort to collective expulsions. Instead of outright banning collective expulsions, we should refine the process, ensuring fairness while keeping national security intact. The alternative is an impractical system that jeopardizes both order and stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Luz Martinez-Seyo is next. Luz.
Thank you very much, President. We're touching upon a really important topic for the future of Europe. We're talking about the management of migration and the need to put an end to collective expulsions of foreigners. Mr. Fride's report offers us a clear vision of the challenges and the opportunities that we currently face. Collective expulsions affect refugees, asylum seekers and migrants, including women, children and persons with a disability. The consequences can be devastating: violence, torture, death and families torn asunder. In addition to which, I would point out that the externalization of the processing of asylum applications does raise some doubts about the compatibility of this practice with the international standards of human rights. In my country, Spain, we have demonstrated that it is possible to manage a major influx of migrants without having recourse to collective expulsions. In the Canary Islands, the government, the NGOs and the rescue services have been working hand in hand in order to offer humanitarian reception and organised reception for migrants. This approach includes the legalization and integration of migrants, allowing them to get residence permits and work permits after a certain period of time. The situation is, however, a little bit more complicated when it comes to unaccompanied minors, also concentrated in the Canary Islands. Legalizing their residency is a priority, but it's complex because of the difficulty in determining their age. It's also complex because relocating them to other regions in Spain would require, according to our legislation, these other regions actually offering to house these minors. And unfortunately, I have to state before this House that the relocation of minors has been made much more difficult by the governments of the opposition, which I think shows incredible dehumanization of the situation. Public opinion in Europe is more and more polarized on immigration, but nevertheless, I believe that my government's approach in the humanitarian management of migration can have a positive influence on the public perception of immigration, because we have shown that we can manage big influxes of migrants in an organised way and respecting human rights. I conclude, solidarity and cooperation between European countries is essential if we want to manage migration effectively and humanely. Thank you.
Alain.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Because of its geographical location on the edge of Europe, Morocco has to play a significant role and act responsibly as a key actor in regional security and has fought hard to counter all forms of transfrontier crime, and it cooperates closely with the EU. And obviously, we remain convinced that we must open legal migration pathways towards Europe, because that is something that might serve to curb the flow of illegal migration as well as smuggling in migrants. And we have, therefore, to look at monitoring, and we have a number of institutions which do so, and we often host the special rapporteurs of international organizations. Unfortunately, however, there have been many attempts to illegally infiltrate my country by land, which is encouraged by the lax attitude of our neighbor, which has been exploiting these illegal migration flows. This is a denial of our collective security and penalizes the whole of the Mediterranean perimeter. Indeed, just last year, the Moroccan authorities saved over 7,000 migrants on boats, and we have taken a humanitarian approach, and we have established close links with the consular representations in Moroccan Sahara, in Dakhla and Laayoune, to identify these migrants, to grant them consular passes, and organize a voluntary return with their agreement to their countries of origin. Morocco has put in place its own measures along its borders. We have a surveillance operation to try to ward off the multiple threats linked to the smuggling and crime which rage along the Sahel and Saharan border, particularly terrorism with Polisario. That is why we're asking for your solidarity and support.
Carmen Leite. Carmen, you have the floor. Carmen, you have to insert your buds.
que calificar.
Thank you, Mr. Friede, for this report, which I think is exhaustive. I would like to make a couple of comments. I know emigration very well. Galicians have always been a people that emigrated, and Europe has been a territory that has hosted, welcomed many from the outside, applying asylum legislation, and we have principles which we stand by, and that is what takes us to human rights and principles that we cannot give up on, despite the magnitude of the problem that we're facing. I recognise the fact that many systems are overwhelmed and that some states are reaching their very limits. Unfortunately, this is fertile breeding ground for the emergence of hate speech, xenophobia, which some political forces tend to use. Although, to be fair, this rejection doesn't just arise out of nothing. It's also because we've not always done things very well, and the host population sometimes feel that their rights are eroded to the advantage of another population. That's why we have to tread carefully and strike the right balance. We seem to be moving between the principles of human rights on the one hand, and then on the other hand, the reality of many member states of the Council of Europe. And that's why it's so important to come up with a common response with criteria of solidarity, fair burden sharing, economic support, in order to make sure that asylum and internal protection continue to be our identity markers. Europe has the capacity to make a distinction between asylum and irregular immigration. We should use all our resources in our member states, in our asylum systems, to make sure that these systems are nimble, quick, fair, without breaching any humanitarian principles for the sake of efficiency. We don't want a quick fix to become some kind of unfair solution one way or another. In any case, if ever an expulsion order is taken, it has to be done on the basis of an individual case with individual defence, with full respect for humanitarian rights throughout the whole process, and that includes the host country, of course. We should be rejecting any kind of collective expulsions, and similarly, we need to make sure that our migratory flows are controlled. You know, there are people who want to escape from certain situations, but they shouldn't end up in the hands of traffickers of the mafia and unfortunately drown in our seas.
Sibyl Aslan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Colleagues, I would like to speak to you in German. I very much hope that you didn't have to flee from somewhere or have a background as a refugee, because these expulsions are not only morally dubious, but also contrary to the law. Article 4, Protocol 4 to the ECHR, as well as Article 19 of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, expressly prohibit it. This we have learned from the report, and for good reason. Everybody has the right to individual assessment of their claim, because behind all these stories, you have a person with their own experiences, fears, and hopes for a whole host of different reasons. Because if somebody is sent back, pushed back, without any assessment of the individual reasons, and you're denying them due process, and often people will then be at risk of torture, ill treatment, or even death. I mean, is that really something that we want to take on board? I hardly think so. I really do think that our society as an organization, we don't want to be taking those kinds of risks. The practice of these so-called pushbacks, and we have whole groups of people or wholesale just sent back to the border, and that is not only a breach of our international obligations, but is also something which undermines the very values which underpin this organization, namely the rule of law, human rights, but also solidarity. So without resorting to deterrence and these kinds of pushbacks, we need a different strategy to grant asylum to anybody who's entitled to it. We also need properly trained personnel, as well as protective measures. And that is why I would like to thank our rapporteur, Alain Friede, most warmly for this report and all the proposals contained therein. Thank you very much.
Paweł Zablonski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I am very saddened to hear what the left side is saying, because unfortunately it seems that you are still living in the world of fantasies, in the world of lies, and some of these lies are unfortunately reflected in the text that we are debating. What our colleague from the left just said about solidarity, about helping refugees, you don't have to lecture us about it. My country, Poland, accepted the most refugees more than any European country. We have accepted millions of refugees, genuine refugees, people that were fleeing from war, from Ukraine. We don't have to be lectured. But you are supporting massive collective migration that is organized by Lukashenko, by Putin, and you are accusing countries such as Poland, such as Lithuania, such as Latvia, countries that are victims of this organized collective migration, that we are responsible for death, for torture. This is exactly what is written in this report. This is outrageous. You are accusing victim of a crime that is committed upon us by dictators, by Putin, by Lukashenko. You're actually helping these dictators. This is outrageous. We will be voting against it. We actually hope that this will be taken out of the agenda, because this cannot be accepted. This assembly should uphold the rule of law, and principles that we all signed up for are not the principles that Lukashenko and Putin are sharing. You refuse the notion of collective expulsions. Terribly sorry, my dear friends. If we are facing collective organized migration, the answer has to be precisely this. We need, first and foremost, to protect safety and security of our citizens. This is our duty. And please remember that, because it also concerns people in your countries.
Thank you, Paul. Brian Francis is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honourable colleagues, the collective expulsion of non-citizens and refoulement are prohibited under international law.
Can you please talk closer to the microphone?
I thank Rapporteur Frides for emphasizing this crucial point. At a time when countries like Russia and Belarus are weaponizing migration to destabilize democracies in Europe, when the new U.S. administration is ignoring fundamental rights, including due process to carry out mass deportation orders, respect for international law and the domestic legal framework we have put in place to honor those international commitments is paramount. At the outset, though, I would like to make a point about terminology. While I'm acknowledging the term alien is used in the European Convention on Human Rights and the 1951 Refugee Convention, I've always found it problematic. Like the term illegal, I believe referring to someone as an alien is derogatory and dehumanizing. For that reason, I prefer more neutral and inclusive language, such as non-citizen. On several occasions in this hemicycle, I have spoken about the past and ongoing injustices perpetrated against Indigenous peoples in Canada. But there are also historical stains on the Canadian record when it comes to the treatment of migrants and asylum seekers. As former Prime Minister Trudeau has noted, Canada is far more generous, accepting, and compassionate than it once was. While I agree with this statement, we cannot become complacent, because in Canada, polls have shown growing refugee skepticism. This skepticism must be acknowledged and addressed through education and dialogue. But we cannot allow it to undermine our commitment to the fundamental principles of international law. The true measure of a nation's strength, I believe, is how it treats its most vulnerable. Thank you. Merci. Alain.
Thank you, Brian. Valérie Pillet-Carrard. Valérie.
Merci.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, the global situation seems to be undergoing some kind of downward spiral at the moment, and this report on collective expulsions worries me because it really underscores the growing divergence between international law and our member states' practice. I would like to make it quite clear once again that despite the ban, there are no European countries located on the migratory paths that are taken by individuals seeking refuge, no country that is spared this practice of collective expulsions. And I'm particularly worried when it comes to children. They represent 14% of the people pushed back collectively. UNICEF has estimated that in Europe, children are subject to physical violence, abuse, degrading treatment, theft, extortion, and destruction of their goods when they are pushed back. For the refugees coming from Africa via the Canary Islands, Spain is in fact one of the main entry points onto the European continent. Spain lets the broad majority of these individuals in, for which they should be saluted, but this practice does not protect the individuals from the risk of expulsion subsequently. Last year, the Canaries actually welcomed more than 5,800 unaccompanied minors. That's approximately a third of all migrant minors coming to Spain. Children who had fled their countries of origin without their parents, they require specific protection because they're left to their own devices, and they've often gone through very difficult and traumatic experiences both before their journey and during. One of the priorities must therefore be to legalise their residence as unaccompanied minors so that they can then obtain a residence permit and a work permit once they reach adulthood. But this legalisation is complex. It's sometimes even impossible because often these children arrive without ID papers. These minors should therefore be subject to particular protection. They should benefit from the rights that are enshrined in international conventions on the rights of the child. When there are such major influxes of children onto our territories, well, the resolution encourages the stakeholders to adopt solutions that will allow for relocation, hosting, integration of these children, perhaps in other regions of the same country, that would allow us to have a more coherent approach vis-à-vis these children and enhance their prospects. I commend Mr. Friede on his excellent report.
Susanne First is the next.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident,
President, ladies and gentlemen, this report criticizes the collective expulsion of foreign citizens from Europe and calls for a halt to these practices. It is claimed that it is difficult for people to apply for asylum in Europe, and it demands for each individual case to be assessed and for comprehensive support and legal advice to be provided, and that all pushbacks or rejections should have to go through a number of court proceedings, different legal instances, and the deportation should be stayed until the process has been completed. Basically, the report just talks about allowing illegals to come in. It doesn't talk about the rights of migrants, and this product makes sensible border protection impossible. It rather allows for uncontrolled migration into Europe. Now, this document makes no reference whatsoever to the protection of the rights of indigenous populations, the people of Europe. It doesn't talk about the disastrous consequences of migration over the last 10 years or so, and it makes no mention of all the victims that we have had here. Rather, it says that rights under the ECHR, as well as the Charter of Fundamental Rights of Europe, are not really there for us Europeans, but rather are there for people from anywhere else in the world. But the fact of the matter is that that is not the case. Now, this is not the real Europe. We don't have these massive deportations with no assessment of a person's situation. It's actually very easy to apply for asylum, and many people have come here, and there's no mention in this report either of who foots the bill for that. I mean, we pay for this, as do our children. So at no event can we support this report. It is irresponsible and does not address the real problems.
Paolo Pisco. Paolo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, this report gives us a very important contribution to eliminate a grey zone that makes possible the violation of international law and human rights without accountability or consequences. Collective expulsions must stop because they are illegal and because they are also inhumane, because they ignore the situation of each person, who they are and their reasons to migrate, running away from wars, misery and persecutions. Many die before arriving at borders, inland or at sea. Others died after being rejected at borders. And nevertheless, it is possible to respect human rights and at the same time protect borders and guarantee national security. It's a question of political will and moral decency. Pushbacks and collective expulsions are made by state institutions, which mean that healthy nations are sending people to death without having a single moment of emotion or regret or accountability. Migrants and refugees without prospects of future, vulnerable people, especially women and children, all submitted to all kinds of the most grotesque violence. Even knowing how fundamental migrants are to counter labor force shortage and demographic aging, the pressure of populist and extreme right parties and movements are destroying the cohesion of our societies, our fundamental values and our humanistic identity. That's why some parties in our noble institution try to eliminate this important report from the discussion because they don't want to be confronted with their responsibilities. We must return to the fundamental values of human dignity and solidarity without concessions, because in the end, what will happen to our world in increasing disorder will happen to all of us. Please support the report of our colleague Alain Frides. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. Dimitrios Mantzos is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, it should be clear to everybody, especially in this chamber, that collective expulsions by nature violate not only the European Convention of Human Rights, but also the fundamental rights and values that this very organization has been founded upon, as the report so perfectly elaborates, and I thank the rapporteur for this. And this should unite us, regardless of the national interests and views. I come from a country where that was deeply influenced by migration flows for many years now. Greece and other countries on the European borderline have faced really a real crisis. Administrative and judicial systems have been overwhelmed. Yes, instrumentalization of migrants has also been a fact, but this cannot serve as a justification for the suspension of asylum proceedings, or the collective expulsion, or the not individualized examination of every case based on real evidence. To grant asylum or order a return, one has first to examine every application in a fair and objective way with due process, ensuring the applicant's access to legal aid and interpreters with adequate protection for unaccompanied minors. This is an essential legal and humanitarian principle, as is the need to strike a balance between border protection and the protection of human life and dignity. We need a real sense of solidarity among European states. Europe must not try to conceal migration and asylum issues under a veil of hypocrisy and ultra-right rhetoric. We need honesty and solidarity, and we need brave actions without ever compromising our core values and principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. Mikael Rubestad is next.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, this report gives a one-sided view. It presents border control and immigration law enforcement as threats to human rights, while mostly ignoring the huge pressure irregular migration puts on our societies, on our legal systems, and public trust in democratic governance. Yes, collective expulsions are banned under international law, and rightly so when done without distinction. But we must not mix up lawful and necessary border protection with illegal collective actions. States have both the right and the duty to protect their borders and keep their asylum systems working properly. What this report sadly misses is that some groups are using our legal systems, including the very protections this assembly supports, to make it harder for states to handle migration. This is not just about law or human rights. It's about national control and democratic responsibility. We cannot accept that every removal turns into a legal mess, or that states are blamed for taking needed steps to protect public order and safety. The people of Europe expect firmness, fairness, and control, not inaction. Instead of general condemnations and vague principles, we need useful tools, strong cooperation, and respect for the fact that different member states face very different situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call now Mr. Alain to reply. Dear Alain, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much indeed for this debate. It's all too rare that speakers really get things off their chest to say what really matters to them, and I've heard what you had to say. And I wasn't shocked, really. There are certain sections of the chamber who have stated certain things which are at variance with my own values and the values, I dare say, of the majority of this assembly, and indeed also at variance with a number of the values enshrined in the convention, particularly when people say that everything is covered by the law, everything is in order, and that, you know, in some way or other these collective expulsions don't exist, and then somebody else goes to say that, well, they do exist and they're actually justified. So it's all a little bit confusing. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to convince certain quarters in this chamber. It'll scarcely be possible anyway. What I would instead like to do is address those people who have talked about this issue in connection with the hybrid war being waged by Belarus. Now, I do understand where you're coming from, and I've witnessed certain things which have deeply traumatized me. Now, I've been on the committee for over 10 years. I've been pretty much everywhere, but in November 2021, Tini Cox, who was the president of the assembly at the time, sent me on mission with a Finnish colleague to the border between Poland and Belarus. We met the local authorities there, but we weren't actually able to get to the border because it's an exclusion zone, impossible to get any closer than 3 kilometers to the border. But we spoke to the border guards, and they introduced us to a family, Kurds. There was a father and 4 or 5 children, and the border guards announced in front of us that a mother had died. You know, it's a very simple story. They said these were people who had come from Iraqi Kurdistan, and then they had been attracted or lured to Minsk with the prospect of easily being able to cross into Western Europe, into Germany, and their expectations ended in horror. It so happened that the mother was 7 months pregnant, and the children and the father were basically trapped in the forest in no man's land, and they realized that they ran the risk of being expelled by the authorities there, and the woman started to miscarry, and they remained there hiding for 48 hours. They were so worried about being caught, and, you know, they were terrified. So in the end, the woman did call for help. She was rushed to hospital, and then she died as a result of the miscarriage. She was hemorrhaging massively. So the point I'm trying to make is that we are dealing here with human beings, and I well understand that people are very angry about what Belarus and Russia are doing, exploiting these people, weaponizing them to wage this hybrid war. But the problem is that they are using human beings, people, to do that. We feel that we are subject to aggression, but we have to take in these people, and we have to assess their situations and look at whether they're entitled to request asylum. Thank you very much.
Goncharenko wants to take the floor. Alexei, would you like to take the floor? You have 3 minutes.
Dear friends, you know, here during this conversation, we hear how left side of hemicycle is fighting against right side of the hemicycle. But is it right? Because in reality, that is exactly the aim of Putin and Lukashenko. That's why they use these people. That's why, just imagine, you gave this example, Iraqi family in Belarus. Just watch at the map of the world. How Iraqi family happened to be in Belarus. Just imagine the way, imagine how many money were invested to take these poor people, miserable people, but from Iraq to Belarus, and then to send them to the border in the forest between Belarus and Poland. So whom we should fight? One another. Oh, we should fight the main reason for this awful tyranny, which is Lukashenko, which is Putin. Putin is taking people from Africa, giving them bikes and saying attack Finnish border. Imagine in the Finnish snow, these poor people just on these bikes are attacking Finnish border. So whom we should fight with? Not one another, dear friends. We should be united, and united fight against real evil. This is what we are speaking now here about, is metastasis. It's not a cancer itself. Cancer is Lukashenko. Cancer is Putin. And if we, in this assembly, would react on what they did for decades, when Lukashenko was killing Belarus, when Putin was killing Chechnya, Caucasus, attacking Georgia, then attacking Ukraine, then attacking Syria to make more refugees coming to our countries, to your countries, to divide you between left and right. Then he attacked Ukraine once, then second time. And we just looking at this and saying, oh, you know, this is Russia, we don't know what to do, we need to find some solution, we need to dialogue with them. To remind you how many days we spent here in discussions that Russians should be back. These people who are taking Iraqi families from Iraq to Belarus to attack our borders. And we were here saying, let's make a dialogue with them. Do you remember that they were sitting here between us, these representatives of cancer? So my address is very simple. If we want to fight against evil, we need to fight against the causes of this evil, not against one another. And the causes is these awful tyrannies who are weaponizing people from one side, and from another side weaponizing right of nations to protect their borders and their identities. That's it. So we need to do a right choice, not to fight one another. Thank you.
The debate is closed. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented... Yes, is it a point of order?
Yeah, a point of order, please. On the behalf of the Conservative political group, I ask for reference back to the committee. Thank you.
Who's going to speak against? Mr. Svabe.
Mr. President, what the distinguished chair of the committee would like to say is that the committee supports the report, so it's an excellent report. It's a very good report. We can disagree on it, but there's no reason to send it back to the committee, so please vote no on this request.
Okay, so, colleagues, since Mr. Nataloucha proposed the report to be referred back to the committee, on this motion, as we said, as you know, one speaker has already spoken for, in favor, and one against. Does anyone wish to... No. What is the opinion of the rapporteur, Mr. Alain? I have to ask you, what is your opinion?
Thank you, President. Well, I think that the majority of the committee, and might I remind you that the majority of the committee accepted this report, the majority of them are in favour of what the Convention says, and therefore if the committee had to rework this report, it would produce pretty much the same report. Therefore, I see no particular advantage to referring this back. I think we've had the debate, and I don't think it's necessary to refer back. Thank you.
So we have heard speakers in favour and against the motion. The Assembly will now vote on the motion to document 16135 back to the committee. Those in favour of referring the report back to the committee should vote yes. Those against should vote no. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The motion is rejected. So now I continue where I have been stopped. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution to which no amendments have been tabled and a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16135. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16135 is adopted. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 16135. I remind you that a 2/3 majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. So it's less than 2/3. The recommendation is rejected. So, dear colleagues, the Assembly... Okay. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned.